Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades.
Hey, what is happening, everybody out there in YouTube land? We're a little bit late tonight. Sorry about that. We got fucking mariachi bands, and there goes the F word right in the first 10 seconds. So I'm sure I'll be demonetized or blacklisted or whatever the hell they do with you. So we got lots going on here. We had some major audio gremlins that were playing games with us, and we think we've got that worked out finally. And we've lost Jake's picture already. Is he here? Did we lose him?
I think he just turned off the camera.
It's been a cluster, you know what, man. Are you unmuted there, Rick?
You can hear me, right? I should be unmuted.
No, it's really low suddenly. What the freaking hell?
I don't know, man. It's this platform.
Did you adjust your mic volume?
Nope.
All right, I'm going to have to adjust you up because I can barely hear you. Talk a minute.
All right. How about now?
Yeah, better. All right, so I don't know what happened to Jake. He was here and then he was gone. Audio issues will be like. All right, there he is. All right.
Mariachi band was disturbing the dog. I had to get her downstairs.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. So Jake has some neighbors that are having a little bit of a siesta tonight, right? Is that what they call it? A siesta? Something like that? Jake just calls it a party that's kind of pissing him off at this point. So
I might be dipping in and out. My daughter's having trouble sleeping as well.
Okay, so we'll manage and work through that as best we can, and maybe the cops will show up and shut them down if you said you complained. But anyway, yeah. So we're back to wrap up the second part of the Swallow the Sun catalog, and I'm getting the feeling Rick is not prepared because he said, "I don't know how prepared we all are for this. We only gave you an extra week to wrap these albums up."
I know. He only gave you 7 days.
I know. Only 7 days. I mean, that was one album a day, Rick. One album a day. Actually, less. It was.
We had other distractions, like certain larger than life celebrities passing away and other shit.
Yeah, I guess, but that wasn't like all fucking week long. Anyway, well, we'll do the best we can. I listen to everything multiple times. I'm gonna sing a lot for you guys tonight.
We also don't know. We're just messing, all right?
Yeah, whatever. It's not the end.
Can't take a hint.
Yeah. So we're gonna wrap up the Swallow the Sun second part tonight. Part 2. We're gonna go from Songs of the North, parts 1, 2, and 3. That's a lot, man. That right there in and of itself, you could do a deep dive just on that particular trio of albums. And we'll go through the latest album, which came out in late 24, called Shining. So we kind of already established how we know about this band and all that kind of good stuff. And the interesting fact of the matter is, for me, I kind of lost touch with this band after 2015, after the Songs from the North came out. I grabbed this. I love this album. I like certain parts of it a little better than other parts, but generally speaking, it rates pretty high up for me. I am going to rank them individually as albums, not as a whole, but I am going to rank it as a whole album, not as parts. Like Jake, we talked about that a little bit. So, but weirdly, after this album, I kind of lost touch with them, and in fact, the world kind of lost touch with them for a couple years, really, because the main driving force of the band, Juha Raivio, I'm probably saying his name wrong. Sorry, Juha, if you ever watch this. Went through, and the band as well, went through some really difficult times, which we're going to get into here in the next after we talk about songs from the North 1, 2, and 3. So let's jump in there. You guys ready to jump in there and get started on that?
Uh,
We
yeah,
have any-
I'd also should point out that because this is part two, and there was a reason why we did a cutoff here too, regarding where we stopped at Emerald, and then moving on to this era, and which will be kind of, I guess, evident once we get into the albums, as far as what was going on through the band's minds and how it affected the writing process
right.
with things that were going on. So I guess this is a bit of a disclaimer of this is very different feeling kind of albums in a lot of ways. And the reason I say that is because some people may have followed the bands, at a certain point. So it kind of depends where you're jumping in, or where you felt like maybe they were going in a direction. I guess what I'm trying to say is maybe there are reasons why people didn't give this a chance. So hopefully this stream will get people to look back into these albums and revisit.
Well, I still think it's at the core. It still sounds a lot like Swallow the
It's
Sun.
still how their sound, yeah. Still
The only album I would say that sounds very much outside that box is the last one we're going to talk about, and that's mostly down to a production thing, not so much a writing thing. But what Rick's alluding to, and we'll just throw it out there now, and then we'll get deeper into it, is that Juha's partner. I don't know if they were married. I don't think they were married. Like
No, I was labeled as girlfriend. It's weird. Like, she's also mentioned a lot as being a band member, but she's always listed as guest. I mean, like, I know she wasn't like in all the songs, and
right,
that kind of thing.
But his girlfriend from, I believe it was 2012-ish on, somewhere in that range.
First.
Yeah, I think it was his live-in partner and lover and songwriter, because they were writing stuff for another project and some other, and her solo stuff. And we're going to talk about some of those other side projects a little bit tangentially. But she was diagnosed with, was it breast cancer, Jake? Do you know?
I'm not sure what kind of cancer it was.
It was some type of cancer, and she was in 2014, I believe, or 15, somewhere in that range. And sadly, she passed away, I believe, in August of 2015, if I'm not right, or was it April? It was either August or April, one of those 2 months. I can't remember which. And that really changed the trajectory of the band for several years, because Juha really kind of went inward for at least, let's see, when did Shadow come out? That was 18, right?
I think it was.
Or was it later than that? No, it was later than that. Hold
19.
on. 19, yeah. So for about 3 years, he was kind of off the grid in a lot of ways. And he's always been, I noticed, not a regular communicator on his Facebook page, but enough that he lets you know what he's up to and says he sees everything and he reads the messages and all that stuff. And I've had the pleasure of interviewing him last year, and he's really one of the coolest guys I've met doing this. I thought he was fucking awesome. And I met him actually back on the New Moon tour too. Briefly, we talked after the show. But losing a partner is even rough, even if you're not really close. Like, say you're just in one of those marriages, you're going through the motions, but losing a partner is pretty intense, and we have, unfortunately, someone on our panel right here that went through that.
I'm going to go into what that's like a little bit later. I think there's a detail a lot of people miss about that I think that I could kind of go into, but we'll dive into this. But I was also alluding to just the expansion of their maturing of sound, how they grew as a band.
Yeah,
what we're trying to say, which for some people who felt like they were moving in a more, I guess, more accessible direction, could have been a factor. I don't know if that's always the most appropriate word, but I feel like, because if you're going to introduce someone to this band, knowing where they are in the realms of metal and how extreme they like their stuff, this is a band that gives you all kinds of variety. You know what I mean? Some more than others.
There's a whole lot of dynamics. I think one thing that really stood out to me as we progressed through these albums is that Yuha is kind of like the Michael Ockerfeld of this. Boy, no, he's not kind of. He is the Michael Ockerfeld of this band. But more so than that, and I know Jake, you're not a huge Opeth guy, but you haven't given him a lot of chance. You've admitted that. And Rick, I know you and I are both big Opeth
Well,
fans.
you don't have to be a fan of a band to also just recognize that they still are amazing and talented. You know, for what
Well, I was going to say that I truly believe that Michael Ockerfeld is one of the greatest songwriters of the death metal genre. Whether you want to call it prog death or black and death, whatever, because they've been a little bit of everything. They've always kind of been progressive, but I do, as a musician, as a guy who can play the guitar a little bit, not amazing, but I'm pretty good. I know I can spot a guy who is fucking an amazing songwriter, and I think Juha is an amazing songwriter, and I think it really starts to come to the fore even more and more and more on these later albums. Really, I mean, they're just the depth of some of the some of the songs that he's writing are all inspiring at times to me.
I think people like him have to counteract that because you've interviewed him and you've seen plenty of interviews. I'm sure you have, Jake, where he's funny as fuck. You know,
he's a funny dude, man. Considering what he's been through, he's very, very funny.
Makes sense, especially these guys are like diehard Typo Negative fans. You know, Pete Steele, he was one of those guys. You know?
Oh, total cut up. Total.
So it's like they would all get along in that pool.
Well, we're going to bring up Typo Negative many times over the next couple of albums here because there's a lot of obvious references.
There's that. There's sisters like here and there sometimes.
Yeah.
When they get to their gothic moments.
But anyways, long story short, so let's go back to 2015 before Aaliyah Starbridge, who was Juha's partner, passed away in 2016. She's on this album, and she was on Blackbird too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was she on before that? I don't think she was on.
I think she was on New Moon.
Oh, she might have been on New Moon too.
She was on the horror.
Right, that's right. So she's kind of a recurring, and when you hear her voice, it's unmistakable. Just amazing.
Just as a person, I mean, I don't know if we're going to get into the side material.
Nah, I'm not going to get into her solo stuff. We can talk about Halatar, and we can talk about.
I'm not saying deep dive into it. But
Yeah. We could briefly mention it if you want to show it. That's fine.
There's a gap between certain albums where he's not like he just sat, in despair in a cellar somewhere. He was still
working on stuff with her,
and other people.
Than other people, yeah. They're Yuha's very tight with the guys, and Swallow the Sun's very tight with the Amorphous guys. So there's a lot of carryover there. Tommy Utson's on the Halatar thing, and so all right. Well, let's get into talking about songs from the North. Jake, I'll let you go. You ready to go on that one?
Sure. Are we going through all three at a time, or are we?
No, you know what? That's a good point. Let's go. Let's do one each of the albums, and then we'll do. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's do that. Yeah, because it should be noted this is 3 separate albums, okay, and it is a lot of material. In fact, it's 153 minutes and 39 seconds of material. Think about that. That is kind of jaw-dropping. Came out November 13th, 2015. 2015 was recorded a number of different places. Came out on Century Media, and each album has a subtitle. The first one being "Gloom" is the first album. Gloom, Beauty, and Despair. So we're going to talk about them sequentially, each individually, before we get to the end. Then. So go ahead, Jake.
Okay. Yeah. So. Album 1 is Gloom, as you mentioned, and to me, it's a continuation of the sound they built for the last few albums, especially Emerald Forest and the Blackbird and New Moon.
Yeah,
it's probably a little bit softer than those two, though. Not quite as heavy.
Definitely less heavy than New Moon, I think. Yes.
Yeah. But so the highlights on this one, really, it's every track is great on this one. With You Came the Whole of the World's Tears, just a great opener. Has a great flow and transitions from the more subdued, clean parts to the just crushing, heavy moments. Super emotional track. 10 Silver Bullets. It's got their signature just chugginess coupled with, the signature great melodies. Something that stood out to me this time was there's some fantastic bass parts on that one. Bass really doesn't stand out to me a lot listening to music, but especially like listening through this discography, it's never been like a detriment, but it's never like jumped out at me on this. And this one, it jumped right out at me. I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, that and the keyboard melodies on this are great, and it's just dark and heavy as hell. Great chorus. It's an earworm, and towards the end, it builds this really cool, creepy atmosphere that I really, really like. Rooms and Shadows, kind of, they do this quite a bit. They just go right into just a killer chug to start a track. And they do that on Rooms and Shadows. Great earwormy melodies, and the chorus is just get stuck in your head. But overall, it's just a standard fare, great Swallow the Sun track. Not going to make a, greatest hits album listing, but it's a really, really strong track. Heartstring Shattering. Alea's vocal guest spot is just absolutely beautiful on this one. Silhouettes. It's got a more of a driving fast pace than you really get on a lot of Swallow the Sun tracks.
Yep.
Really dug that one.
Gnarly.
That's a really underrated track from their catalog.
Agree.
The Memory of Light. I love the clean guitar in the intro. Backing female vocals in this track work really, really well. There's built a lot of great atmosphere in this track. And I put this one as a lyrical masterpiece. Fantastic lyrics to that one. Lost and Catatonic. Really nice I put really nice keyboard work serves as the backbone to the cleaner parts of the song. Specifically throughout like the chorus. That's a really great keyboard melody and just awesome. From Happiness to Dust, yet another lyrical masterpiece. I put album number 1 really closes out with some exceptional keyboard work. This is a track that got me teary-eyed. And yeah, that's my notes on Gloom. Great album.
Yeah, this one, man, this one really grows on you big time, man. I mean, and I gotta go, Rick. Can I go on this one right here? Because I got 2 melodies in my head. I gotta hum, man.
Before you go though, I'd like to mention, due to this kind of bands and with all the gloom and despair and stuff that's going on, I was at the store earlier and I'm like, what is the appropriate beer for this one? So I'm gonna go with a sip of Sunshine.
Oh, there you go.
A little bit of the Swallow.
Not drinking tonight, boys.
It's an IPA, so a nice 8%er.
I got a Big Bad Baptist Double Jam Imperial Stout, aged in whiskey barrels with coffee, cocoa, raspberries, and blackberries.
Holy, that sounds
It's
good.
coffee too. A bit of a jolt.
What's the ABV on that?
11.
Holy fuck!
Yeah. If it's 10 or over, man, like you're in for.
I'd be flat on my back. I'd be flat on my back. All I want to do is do this. I'll let Rick go first, but I got to do this. This album to me is a tale of 2 fucking mammoth, just unbelievably, ungodly, beautiful guitar melodies on the first track and the last track. The first track opening with You Came, I don't know the full name of it, but With You Came the Whole of the World's Tears. That song starts off with this beautiful lilting acoustic part that is just so Opeth. It's very Opethian, you know. It's got that vibe, right? I mean, I always say that when I talk about acoustic guitars, but not like nobody before Michael Ockerfeld ever used an acoustic guitar. But it's just got that feel. But it's got that bow da 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 bow da 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 da. That guitar melody that goes throughout the whole song is just captivatingly gorgeous, man. Like you can't unhear it. You just can't. And then the final track, man, From Happiness to Dust. Holy fucking balls, dude. Okay, go ahead, man. God damn, dude. That that guitar melody on the final track of this album is unbelievably emotionally mind fucking. Like it's just it just hurts to hear it. It's so beautiful. So it's kind of a tale of two tracks in those, and they're probably the most progressive songs as far as proggy sounding in a weird way. But the rest of the albums that way. I'll let you go first, then I'll do my tie.
They kind of go proggy the way Amorphous does at times.
Yeah,
And then
only a little bit less folky. Like there's not a lot of folk in these two albums. The folk's in the next album.
I was gonna say
folk's in the next album. Yeah. We didn't get to that. The folk's in the second album. Yeah.
It's overall, you can tell they're moving to a more. They're reaching for more brighter kind of moments too, with their sound. Even though they're still melancholy, it's a strange way to kind of.
This Gloom is so melancholic from a beautiful standpoint. It's just got those chimey, beautiful guitars that are mind blowing, man.
But it's kind of this battle of being brooding, but also escalating towards this etherealness. Kind of what I mean. How it adds. I don't mean brightness as far as what do you call it? The tuning per se. I think it's more of the production.
Well, if I'm not correct, I'm pretty sure I'm correct. He plays in drop C standard and C standard, so he's two steps down from E.
You would, because you wouldn't get really good doom the way they do.
Yeah, you're right. You can't really get it that way as good. Yeah.
But I don't think we actually showed the album.
No, we didn't actually. I don't have it. I can't find my copy. It's somewhere.
But just so folks know what we're talking about. So as you can see here, there's three parts. So we are here on Gloom.
Yeah.
So we're talking about these tracks.
A lot to go through as yet.
There's what is it, 10, 11, something like that tracks. I forget how many.
There is
8 tracks, not even 10. 8 tracks.
24. There's 21 tracks in all.
I forget.
153 minutes.
I forget her name. So and the thing is, I don't want to confuse people either. Like we've been talking about Aaliyah quite a bit in the beginning.
That's not her.
It's not her. Just so we're clear, it can imply that it's her based on.
She's beautiful too, but Aaliyah is fucking like mind-blowingly beautiful. That woman was fucking unreal.
But yeah, really cool. The crazy thing about this is, for those getting into this band, so because it's such a huge thing, you got 5 LPs thrown in this thing, right? And the whole thing is just fucking beautiful. I'm not gonna make a mess by opening this all up. It's just basically 5 pieces of vinyl inside of this thing to cover all of this stuff. But I knew it'd be a pain in the ass getting into this thing every single time and all that, which is why I did opt for the the CD, which is a lot more easier to get it in and out when you want to access the massive amount of content that's on this material here. So anyway, this album, it's definitely a noticeable move in a more mature songwriting perspective. And like you said, the way he speaks with the melody and the way he gets with the motive. I noticed the change in the lyric matter. My only complaint, and not really complaint, it's more of he uses the word heart, quite a lot.
A lot, yeah.
Why? It's appropriate.
And I will say probably my one and only thing I don't like about Swallow the Sun, and it's a very minor thing, is When
Yeah.
Miko is doing his cleans, he definitely has the Finnish accent. You can hear his accent pretty strongly, which you can't hear when he's doing his death growls and his black metal screams and stuff. But when he does clean sings, he will say that heart. It's that weird sort of heart, that of the heart. You hear that, and Miko, if you watch this, dude, you're an amazing singer, so please don't fucking hate me, but it is the one thing you get that hard R that you don't hear in American.
It's more pronounced that way. Yeah, you can
It's more
tell. It's the thing when people speak other languages. But he's got really good technique, so it doesn't throw you off. But you happen to notice it because you listen to it so many times. As far as my notes, again, beautiful album, great way to start with. It's like Jake was saying, it's, to me, it doesn't feel like I would pick it over New Moon or Emerald as far as a cohesive entire thing. But it's still more of the stuff that I like, as far as Swallow the Sun. I mean, right off the bat, I mean, there's still those whispered vocals and just the soft melody.
Yeah.
They tend to do a lot beneath that. Nice melodic sweeps. There's a lot of that kind of going on. And this first track, right away, I get those gothic vibes. And silence your heart before it tears you apart. Like, it's like, man, like that is heavy. It's simple, but it just takes you right there. It's like right for the emotional jugular,
Right.
And then, because it opens up kind of soft. You're thinking, okay, it's just kind of the pace we're setting for this album. But no, man, it's like when you move to 10 Silver Bullets, like Jake was saying, like it's
dude,
rolling riffs, letting you know that they haven't abandoned their heavy side, right? And
dude, that down, 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 that is like a massive headbanger right there, man.
It just and it's a nice transition. It's he does these whispered vocals things a lot more on this one. Kind of from a production engineering standpoint, that's got to be a pain in the ass to get balanced just right with all the other stuff that's going on. You know what I mean? Like, so that's where technique is really good too. But with the whispered vocals, it's a sort of really creepy kind of selling like underlying melody. And back to that really cool doomy riff pattern, which again, what like you were saying, is probably a lot to do with the tuning that really makes it gives it that punch. Room and Shadows, another one. It starts out big, lush, heavy riffs just like that one, but it has the floaty melody behind the heaviness. If you're not really paying attention, this is why I think this kind of material requires a lot of repeat listening, because you're going to pick up all these little things.
Dude, you just nailed it hardcore. You cannot sit down and absorb Swallow the Sun in one listen. It's impossible to do. You might hear things that you pick up on that you really like and that you're like, oh, I like the sound of that. But first of all, we're talking virtually none of their songs are ever under 6 minutes. Virtually none. You might, maybe on the next album, we might find one or two that are in the 4.5 to 5 minute range. But you will never find any real. They're just, I think the shortest one is 3:55 on Ghost of Lost. But this is a band that is fucking super dense, super layered. Just there's so much going on, and I'm not lying when I say I listen to these albums at least I listen to every one of these albums at least 3 times, some of them 5 times, and I still was picking up new shit every time.
They do deliver. Like, they're not one of those bands that will waste your time with a lot of interludes and
they don't do that.
They're not that kind of band.
No.
You do get quite a bit of material, and they don't skimp on, really kind of giving you a great package. Just kind of putting it all together.
Right.
What was I talking about?
Sorry,
yeah,
I
think I was on Rooms and Shadows. Like, it's a really good lead guitar. I noticed with this one, like, there's more emphasis on the floating melodies and stuff. But as far as like, this is not a band you go to when you want a lot of shredding.
When you what?
When you want shredding or any kind of
no
leads, it's they're trying to speak to you with those emotive moments. Like, this is not a band for robots. Like if you're one of those emotionally distant, can't connect, you're not going to be able to relate to a lot of this.
This isn't a animals as leaders or Meshuggah, or it's not anything like that. It's very, very measured pace. Usually, they're always mostly in the mid tempo, or as on Despair, in the super low tempo, or or the fast stuff. And you do get, some really killer black metal that's coming up on some of these songs.
Well, you don't lose that.
But what you don't get is a lot of noodly wanking. They're not a wank band. The melodies on here are more the ones that just drift, and you feel like you can reach out and grab them in the air and pull them in and just hold them tight. They're way more of that kind of thing. They're more of a head thing.
If anything, there are moments when it may take a while for Miko to kick in the vocals. They might have like a minute and a half intro. They kind of just build it up. They get you, but it doesn't feel like it's drawn out.
No, it's never boring. I never find any of their stuff boring at all.
That's the kind of stuff on paper sounds like it wouldn't work, but that's the thing about really good songwriting. It's it doesn't bother you. Like Jake was saying, okay, I wrote down heartstrings shattering. They'll listen to this song, right? Right after breaking up with someone you give a shit about, and you have happen to have a stash of razors like next to your nightstand.
Yeah,
this is like, ugh. And Leo's vocals on this thing, man, it's just so soft and sultry, just like she always has been. You know what I mean? It's like you hear it, it's very inviting. It's just got this,
Yeah, that's right. She's on heartstrings. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's her last vocal contribution with the band. I think it is with this track.
You're probably right. Yeah, because she passed then. Yeah, you're right. Yep.
Came out the same year. Yes. Silhouettes. Everything you guys said. Another kind of faster moving song.
Dude, that fucking song is badass. Heavy as fuck.
It's full of death and doom, man. Love the doom elements of this thing.
Very Opeth. This one's probably their most Opeth worshipping song of all that I've heard. And there's a lot of Opeth in Swallow the Sun, but it's not. Whereas Opeth kind of spawned a lot of copycats, I would say. There were a ton of bands, and suddenly everybody sounds like Opeth. Let's write 14-minute songs and have lots of acoustic passages and heavy vocals and soft vocals. They don't sound anything like Opeth, but this is the one song that's probably as close as they're going to come.
Yeah, not to say, if you're not an Opeth fan, it doesn't mean you're going to not like this material. They have their own distinctions enough where, they're not the same apples to apples.
Agree.
Memory of Light, back with that heavy, cool, thick doom that I love. They got that main bendy kind of guitar thing that they do with that main riff.
You know what that is? That's straight up Type O worship, because that is total Kenny Hickey.
Okay.
That hanging, chiming, chorusy, almost like Ebo-ish sounding like solo. That's
that drawn out bend.
Those bends. Wow. Yeah, the straight out of Type O, dude.
One thing that I noticed too with this album is it's just kind of just going forward. I think this is what I mean with this sort of latter half of their discography. Mm-hmm. Is these a lot more, they're more reliant on ringing melodies.
Yes, that's what I was trying to say about the first two songs. They have those long, drawn out, ringing, chiming melodies that are not even harmonized. Well, the one on the end, the Happiness is a harmonized lead, but the first one, or no, yeah, I both are probably harmonized actually.
I think from a songwriting standpoint, they're not one of those riffs for days kind of bands. Like they do it when it feels right, and when those riffs do come in, they're very satisfying.
Slam it.
Yeah, really good with the transition. Lost and Catatonic, another one that's catchy, earwormy.
It's got that Shining vibe to it, like Rooms and Shadows has. They got that kind of I can hear the hook. It's there.
It's there. Just when you start to get those moments, you're like, all right. So they're willing to kind of move in that sort of direction and post those kind of elements in their sound.
I was talking to my buddy Andrew today, and I sent him some samples because I've been telling him to check this band out. He told me, I just got Draconian Times. I'm like, dude, if you like Draconian, listen to some fucking Swallow the Sun because it's all over there. I mean, you hear those melodies. They're a little darker and a little doomier at times, but those first 4 or 5 Paradise Lost albums, you can absolutely hear in this stuff. Big time.
Draconian has that beauty in their stuff too.
Yeah.
Along with that brooding.
But I told him, I said, listen, this here band, Swallow the Sun, is a certified grade A J-Dog pussy poser panty wearing band. I guarantee it. He would say that even though he probably liked the stuff. If you got it.
I don't know. J-Dog understands emotion. He doesn't.
No, I don't think he does.
I mean, these gym bros are not about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Like when he goes to the Lost and Catatonic, and right around like later on, I think around the 4.5 minute mark, like he goes into that. He goes into a more strange way of saying it, which is a cool way. It sounds kind of pleading. At the same time, it's a nice way to kind of change it up. And like from Happiness to Dust, everything you said, great ender, nice soft keyboards. But it does end the album with a bit of a whimper, sort of a bang. And I think it's taking into consideration of how the next set of songs begin on the next disc, which feels very well in place. Really cool track. But yeah, this is their more, I don't know if you guys mentioned it, but they're more what they're called their traditional Swallow the Sun album. If there was no other material, this would be like their next regular album.
This one kind of harkens back to, I would say, the first 3 in particular. Jake brought up Blackbird. I guess that's kind of a little true because of more acoustic stuff in here. But that's in this album. There's a lot more acoustic on this album. But I hear more of Morning Never Came, maybe Hope, the melodies in Hope, that kind of the clean singing verses.
Yeah.
And you still get like the intense sadness of Hope or Morning Never Came. You know.
I also feel like he's writing with more keyboard into consideration rather than just keyboard into these little parts. This more overall sound.
It's more orchestrated as opposed, and by orchestra I don't necessarily mean strings and stuff. It's just the keys are a little more prominent, but not in an obtrusive way. They're not like, oh, okay, now they became Rick Wakeman. Yes, no, not anything like that at all. Yeah, they just add a lot of depth in the pockets where you're like, whoa, that's just so beautiful.
It's not Cradle of Filth. You guys are.
No, it's not Cradle of Filth at all. No. All right, well, I'll run through mine real quick here. Yeah, I love this album, and I always tend to do the 8 out of 10s or 10 out of 10s or whatever. With You Came, a gorgeous acoustic, clean chorusy intro, banger of a guitar melody that just feels ancient with misery. Such a killer opening track for album 1, Gloom. Miko's growl is epic on this song, and the spoken word part at the end is just so fucking cool. It's just haunting as hell. Ken Silver Bullets, possibly one of their heaviest riffs. Man, it's just that there's no way if you were watching this live you wouldn't be doing this. There's just no way in hell, right? Oh, maybe I should get rid of the overlay when I'm up like that. Rooms and Shadows, solid heavy chugger with a very catchy chorus. This one, this one and the one other one I mentioned, Lost in Catatonic, definitely has that Shining vibe to it in the choruses, no doubt. Just better production for me than The Shining. We'll get into that soon. Enough. Great song, Rooms and Shadows. Heartstrings shattering, fairly standard Swallow the Sun doomy ballad, but it's solid. Miko sounds a little bit like Mike Ockerfeld on this, and Aaliyah Starbridge makes her first appearance, and I think the only appearance on the album, right? Does she sing on any of the stuff on Beauty? I don't think. No, she doesn't. It's that Kai Jai, whatever her name is. I have it written down.
She's a Finnish woman.
Yeah, she's fucking amazing too. This one, she sounds lush and beautiful, and just what a voice. And you can probably talk more about her soon because I have yet to listen to Trees of Eternity. I have it, and I just got Halatar in like 2 days ago. I didn't have time to dig into it, so you can talk about those. But yeah, Silhouettes, man, damn, might be my favorite heavy track of theirs. Like certainly on this album, although I love 10 Silver Bullets too. Gnarly riff, heavy as balls, killer growls by Miko. Just savage on this one, man. He sounds all phased out, like washy and shit. It's amazing. Um, then they get into the octave stuff, in particular the sections with the acoustic bit. Sounds very Opethy, except it has growls versus where usually on the acoustic bits, Mike Ockerfeld goes clean. Miko actually goes harsh on the acoustic bits, which is kind of the opposite, right? It's really cool. It's a mega banger track. Silhouettes is one of my favorite Swallow the Sun songs, period. Memory of Light, I don't like it as much as you and Jake tended to. It's solid, but it's kind of interchangeable. The whole thing, it just, I don't know, it just drones a little bit too much for me, this one. It's super I love the super saturated guitar.
I like the doomy tempo on it. You know, when they're a little slower to
it's a good song. It's probably my least favorite song on this album, though. But I do like it. It's still a great song. Fucking Lost in Catatonic, man. Lost in Catatonic. That I don't know all the words, but I know that refrain is in my head. Super heavy and gloomy as hell. The only part I don't like is the slight transition into the clean vocals for Miko. And I will say that this is the album that I started to notice a couple things about Miko's cleans that kind of that Finnish. They say Finnish, not Finnish, so I should say that Finnish accent that I don't love. I still like it a lot, and I think he's one of the better. I think he's one of the best growlers out there. I think he's maybe the best growler out there in death metal and death doom for sure.
He's one of the most versatile out there.
And he's most versatile. Great point. And then we get to From Happiness to Dust. Man, that melody on this is just God, man. It's mind blowing how good it is. It just makes me. I love this as the closing track. To be honest with you, I really do. It's plotting. You said it's not an up tempo; it's more of a mid low tempo track, but dreary and beautiful. The guitar melodies really carry the song, as it's pretty much Miko singing clean throughout. And as I say here, I hate to admit it, I'm not loving his vocals on this song. It's the one song that I didn't love the clean vocals. So I give it an 8.75 out of 10 for the bangers that are on, like the opening track. 10 Silver, Silhouettes, Lost in Catatonic, and From Happiness. But I do sort of tire of a little bit of Miko's cleans in large doses on here. The heavy hitters are where it's at, and they're crushing as fuck. So I'll start with Beauty, and then we'll switch back to you. And when Jake comes back, we'll get him hopefully back. Oh, he is back. Never mind. All right. Well, actually, so we all get a chance to be first, because I always tend to make myself last, and then everybody's made my points, even though I go on and on and on. You know what? I'll leave the last one for me. I have a reason for that. I'll leave the last album for me. So I'll let Rick go first, okay, on this one.
All right.
So
it was cool. Like they went to the trouble of creating like the symbols for like every type of
each album.
You know, which is there we go. There's the band. Stylistically, you know, they do care about their art direction, which is I do appreciate.
Oh yeah.
Like none of it feels like it's an afterthought. It's just like, and they just signed off on it last minute, and be like, whatever. You know, some bands I could accuse of doing that, but not this band. You know, but moving into Songs from the North would be disc 2 or album 2 of this particular series. This is the Beauty. So we're midway, and this is intentionally meant to be a brighter, more uplifting. I can't believe I'm saying that. You know, in a lot of ways about Swallow the Sun. But I feel like there is definitely a huge contrast. So don't think that this is the definitive way they're moving. This is definitely some liberties that they took, and they decided to just go all in and try all different variants to their writing process, and really showcase how versatile they are with their talents and the way they can approach songwriting with different kind of styles. This to me, this is kind of like their folk album. You know, it
Yeah,
got
it's prog folk. It's prog folk.
prog folk. It's it's still Swallow the Sun. Don't get me wrong. With the sound, still very. It's got their signature, sound. So yeah, again, Womb of Winter, and that's the instrumental. So it begins
One,
quite.
one little point to interject real quick, Rick.
Yeah.
One thing to keep in mind is Juha writes 98% of this material, right?
True.
And Juha, two of Juha's favorite ever bands, if you watch the interview, you'll see this, are Marillion and Rush. Now, if you know me, you know they're also two of my top 5 favorite bands of all time. Maybe top 3 of all time.
That's why you keep bringing up Opeth, because there's this sort of lines that get crossed.
Well, this is where those things maybe come a little bit more into the fore for this album, and you're going to hear that one more time in the next album because I got a real cute little thing I'm going to point out that you guys may not know.
Okay. That's the thing I don't bring is a lot of these nice little factoids, which so if you guys got them, bring them, smoke them. The Heart of a Cold White Land,
Oh,
like
my God.
that is probably between that and probably my favorite, maybe second favorite song on this. It's just
Amazing.
it's one of the folkiest songs. It's bright, kind of hopeful sounding. You hear Miko's vocals, and also from a technique, I can hear some improvement with the way he approaches this. I mean, I think this is why I don't know what was going through their minds when they were doing this, as far as the reception of taking this direction with this sound, but it was also an opportunity to kind of really work on, moving in that sort of caliber with the technique. I kind of just went over that, just a bit of the highlights. But this is kind of the more or less the feel of this album. Yeah, this is the lightest, the midsection of the trio. Songs from the North, Away and Pray for the Winds to Come. Another, but I got nothing really special to kind of really say about it. It's just more of that kind of stuff, which again really fits in with the theme of what they're doing here. I was going to say Songs from the North. Like you said, I don't know what her name is, but she's Finnish. But
the girl on,
Songs
Kaisa Valle.
Yeah, that's the thing about these Finnish
That
names.
was Finnish, so I don't know.
It's not very Yank friendly.
Sorry.
Trying to pronounce this stuff. A nice sense of diversity, kind of around the halfway point with the song, and then you move to the coordinates. You guys want to chime in on the coordinates part?
Dude, I don't know what that means. What those coordinates are?
I saw somebody saying that it's the coordinates are to a small town where Juha grew up.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
What a fucking banger of a track, man. You don't need any lyrics for it. It's everything you need to hear about this song is just magical to me.
It's cool that he did that, especially if you're curious. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it's not a 2.5 minute or 3 minute instrumental. It's damn near 7 minutes, I believe.
Yeah.
Like 6.5 minutes, and not 1 second of it is boring at all. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're right. That's another one, Autumn Fire. That's about 5.5 minutes. I don't think any of the songs here. This is not a lengthy album with long songs. The longest song here.
Well, let me look here.
6.5 minutes, maybe.
The longest song is 6:42, and it's actually the instrumental. Every other one is. There is a 4:47 here. That's Heart of the Land. Womb of Winter is their shortest song, 3:35. The rest are like 5.5 minutes. All of them are like in the 5.5 minutes.
Which opens the album, which makes sense. I think it might be my second favorite track. It's the Ender. Another one. I think because it's very similar to Heart of a Cold White Land sonically. It's kind of compositionally they're both very similar, and I guess those are the elements I like most about this album. And so I don't mind it being the Ender. For what it is. Open up an instrumental, moves right into the Heart of a Cold White Land.
Right.
Really good. Just again, sticks to your ears. It's just it all feels so natural. It fits in. Nothing really jarring about this. It's just fucking just really good songwriting. You know what I mean? Like you don't
100%.
seem to question, the order or the sensibilities of why they made these decisions. So
And I think we should note that I'm 99% sure on the Beauty album that Miko does not sing any harsh vocals. Am I right?
no,
No, he doesn't.
that
Yeah.
was intentional. Yeah,
It's all clean. Yeah. So, and I have a note about that when I get into this, particularly on the song "Away." But Jake, I'll let you jump in next.
Yeah, I don't have a ton to say about this one. I just it's a little out of my depth to really say, hey, this is like cool parts of the song, whatever. But yeah, as you guys said, it's their acoustic, folky. I see a lot of people call it neo folk. I didn't quite pick up
Yeah, I don't pick that up.
neo folk. It's more like
the instrumental.
Swallow the Sun playing folk to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it that, but
I just wrote down that my favorite tracks were Away, Autumn Fire, Pray for the Winds to Come, and Songs from the North. There's the cover of the vinyl from the box set.
oh, that's the box set.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
So there's a different.
It only comes in a box set.
There's a
Oh, it
different.
only comes in a box
art.
set.
Yeah. Which, if anybody's looking for it, it's
I am.
for Sfart, their U.S. store.
Yeah.
Is having a sale right now. I think it's still going. And I noticed this one was like it was either $40 or $60 for the box.
Are you serious? Oh fuck.
Yeah.
I'm doing that
It's a
now.
really good deal, man. I paid about like $100 for that.
Yeah.
That's
It's
about
100,
prices.
$107 on fucking Amazon right now.
But I think this is the case. We haven't really mentioned it, and I haven't seen it confirmed anywhere as I was, doing the research for this. But I think a lot of this album is kind of inspired by Juha's father's death.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, on the back here, it has this Finnish passage, which is in the song "Songs from the North."
Okay.
And then right below it says "Rest in peace, dear father."
Oh
Signed
wow.
Juha.
Okay, I didn't know that. That's wow. That poor guy's been through a lot, man.
Yeah, and you really pick up on that on the third disc, that influence. But that Finnish passage, I was curious what it said. So I punched it into Google Translate. So this isn't going to be the exact translation, but I assume it gets the message across. But it says, so the songs die out, fade away quietly when the snowdrop threshes the grain, and the night brings the king that winter land. So we dig into the frost, our own land to rest, and I only get songs according to the north. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool. This album I struggled a little bit with because I do, I did, I don't, I do, I don't. I vacillate a little bit on how I feel about Miko's clean sometimes. And let me just preface that in saying that, and Jake, I think you stepped away. He does have a hard Finnish accent at times. And
Yeah, I put an earplug in. I was listening
it's
to
pretty
guys.
obvious on this album more than maybe any others, because he's not as featured with the, usually in all the other songs you get the growls, the screams, you get a little bit of clean, and this one here you get all clean almost the whole way through. And so what I said here was, I've come to realize that Miko's voice is both a plus and a minus. The plus side is it's plenty good enough to use in songs that aren't savagely aggressive and death, doom, or black, as his growl is one of the best out there. And I firmly believe that he's one of the best death metal vocalists, period, out there. He's kind of taken the mantle over for what Åkerfeldt was, because I always thought Åkerfeldt was the alpha when he was at his peak for Deliverance and stuff like that. Miko's got that kind of gravitas to his voice, and he can do something I think a little better than Mike in his black metal screams at times. The problem is Miko doesn't have a Michael Ockerfeld clean voice. Michael Ockerfeld's clean voice is probably one of the best clean voices in rock metal, in my opinion. And I don't really care if you don't like Opeth. You can't listen to Mike sing cleans and not say he's got a great voice.
The thing about Ackerfeld, though, like when he sings, he doesn't really put me to tears when he goes to his more emotive moments, like the way Miko does.
Nah, you might be right about that. Yeah, that's not
He
a
doesn't
bad
songwriting in itself, but and Miko doesn't write those lyrics either. He's singing from
someone else's lyrics.
You know what I mean? Yeah, he still is able to pour into it.
Yeah, his cleans are like, I agree with you, Jeff. They're not like otherworldly greatness. They're not, but they are. They're effective, and I'd say they're really quite perfect for this band.
Agree.
The music just like a glove.
The only thing I was trying to say was, like, if you pick out Miko's best clean vocal performance versus, say, like one of Mike's, let's take a song like "Be Nighted." Coming to this night, da, 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 da. I mean, so far away. Da, 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 da. He just has so much amazing control over the cleans. Miko has a little bit more of that Finnish accent, number one, which Mike doesn't really have. He doesn't have the Swedish accent. And so sometimes it makes some of those softer, quieter parts sound a little harsh. Do you get what I mean? Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it's more pronounced.
So that said, in no way, shape, or form am I denigrating Miko as a clean singer. I'm just saying it's the weakest of his three vocal abilities, okay?
On this album is when it's more
pronounced. Yeah, it's more pronounced on this album but I will say I think that kind of changes as we move forward, because there's two albums coming up, not the next one, but the two after that, where he definitely has worked on perfecting the clean vocal, and it's much better on Shadow and Moonflowers for me, way better. But I think the trick maybe for Juha is finding the balance. Where do we use effectively that clean, emotive, heartstring tugging Miko voice, as opposed to do we give them a full album of it? And that's the one little part of this album that drops it just a tiny little bit for me, is the clean vocal performances. That's all. And not all of them, because, you know, Womb of Winter is a cool, like, intro, sort of like, if you could think of maybe like, what's that acoustic, like an intro track that maybe Opeth would do with, it's all mostly piano as far as very forlorn. There's the wolf howls and the owl hoots on there, man. I mean, that's so fucking effective. You're like, whoa, like, okay, that is so cool. Just lonely, spooky, amazing intro.
It's embellishments, I think, that it enhance it. It's not distracting. Like
not at all. No. And then you get the Heart of the White Cold Land, man. And I could have swore that I saw somebody other than Juha wrote this song, but I couldn't find that once I went back and looked. So he wrote this, and man, dude, this right here, this song just shows me that Juha is not just a death metal guy. He is so much more than that. Like, this song is so beautiful, man. I mean, might be one of my favorite of all their songs, period. And it's certainly one of my favorites in the 3-album set. That, you know, that from the shadows inside of me to the light that shines, I will be just like an arrow and the fire. And then it gets, and this heart of a cold white land in the dark of the, it's so fucking, it just singing that makes me want to fucking cry. It's like so evocative and beautiful. That song is just chef's kiss, amazing, right?
You can really connect, you know, like like those cold weather, like.
And I've never been to Scandinavia, but I can feel like I'm there listening to this song. It's like I'm there. Away, absolutely beautiful track. And this is the one where I bring up the part about his cleans are kind of monotonous. That's maybe the problem I have with Miko's cleans on this particular album. He does have some monotony in a lot of tracks where they're doing the clean stuff. But and also, like, for example, Tommy Utzen has a really great clean vocal. Like, he has that really, oh, that Simon Hestus Arcturus, like, powerful sort of clean vocal. But then Tommy can also growl right up there with, the
That's
best.
why I think he's the best vocalist they've had. He's so,
By far.
he's so versatile.
Yeah.
You know.
But anyway, this song, I love this song, but it's a little Miko driven, which I don't like. Pray for the Winds to Come, one of the better tracks on this particular album, in the Beauty Group. Lots of cool 12-string on this. A lot of folky influences on this one. Big time folk. Celtic, Scottish sounding at times. Has a very Finnish folk vibe. Beautiful melodies, fantastic songs. Songs from the North. Dig the female vocals by Kaisa Valle. Her tone is unique and super cool. She sounds Finnish. She is, obviously. Wonderful orchestrations and strings. And this is the album, and maybe Blackbird a little bit, where you start to hear Juha's affinity for creating string arrangements that is just going to explode in the next two albums, man. Like, off the charts in the next two albums. But he's doing it here, and you're like, wow, that is fucking amazing, right?
It's like, get ready. We're just giving you a taste. A little salt sprinkle. What's the
Yeah. We talk about 66 Degrees. Might be the best song on this whole album overall, other than Heart of the Cold Great White North. I love it. It's just, man, gorgeous track. Doesn't need lyrics to convey the longing and sad beauty it exudes. Really a beautiful killer instrumental. Autumn Fire, solid track, but a bit samey throughout. Although I do like the Ebo-ish post-rock vibe to this one. It's got that post-rock Ebo kind of, that swelling guitar sound that sounds like it's coming out of a cave and engulfing you. So that part's really cool. And in the chorus, that's in the chorus. The verses are sparser. And I think that's, again, this song, I struggle a little bit with it because of Miko's weaker cleans. But the chorus is textbook, Swallow the Sun. Before the Summer Dies, last track. Love the opening. Almost kind of spaghetti western guitars. Lots of acoustic. But again, a song like this kind of exposes Miko a little bit too much. The cleans on here are a little bit underwhelming until they double them. Then they double them with a harmony on there. Then they get fuller, and then they sound better, right? I think it would have been, honestly, I think this album would have been better if they had ended on Pray, 66 Degrees, or even Heart of the Cold White North. I think this song was not the best song to end the album on for me. This is an 8.75 out of 10. A few of these songs could have been left off with some of the a couple tracks, one or two tracks off the first album, and you could add like a really full banger of an album. But I know they wanted to separate them into sort of the genre groups, right? But like you said, Rick, very enjoyable album, and shows the band's diversity as far as songwriting.
This was their opportunity to go all in on this side of their sound without having to worry about the brooding stuff, which we will get into.
Right now, we're gonna get into it right now. So I'm gonna go first on this album because I'm gonna tell you straight up right now that if I could separate this album out of the trio, this would be a top 3 Swallow the Sun album for me. And this is the album called Despair. And Jake, when I were talking last week sometime, I think it was, or maybe over the weekend, last weekend, I told him, I'm like, man, dude, if I could pull this out, this would probably be my number 2 or number 3 album for them. And he kind of was like, I don't know. And then, Jake, you want to tell him now what you think?
Yeah, I came around on it this week, especially sitting down and really diving into it and dialing into the lyrical content and stuff.
And the intensity.
This thing is soul crushing.
It's sick as fuck, man. This album, this is their funeral doom album, I guess if you want to call it that. I'm not sure.
Much is.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, all of the pacing on this album is slow, and then even maybe a little slower at times. But man, dude, Gathering of the Black Moths, man. Oh, it kicks off with that. I'm gonna leave me up on screen for here, all of us. Just a super killer funeral doom track. dark, heavy as fuck, super dense, super epic. Miko in his best element right here. This is what this guy super excels at, this kind of vocal. He just sounds like he's coming from another universe, man. Like it's like he's snatched dark matter into his hand and inhaled it and just came out with this guttural. I can't do that because it hurts my voice too much. But when he does some of those like type screams, you're just like, God, that hurts my fucking
You
voice.
have to eat more sandpaper, and you can do it.
Exactly, man. So dreary. This is a monstrous track that feels like I'm dragging a corpse up Mount Everest in the pitch black of night. How's that for a fucking banger of a descriptor there? I want to read some of the lyrics. We are the black moss separated from the core, chased away into the night to the farther shore, where storms rip our wings apart, and the calm is only to remind us of our black hearts, the ones that beat no more, won't hurt anyone evermore. Now I am finally home where I belong, flying into the flame of hell every night, just before the sunrise to burn to ash. What a fucking great line. Just before the sunrise to burn to ashes, just to form again for a new night of suffering, to remain what I was, the evil again and again and again and again. Man, those lyrics. And Yuha writes these lyrics, man. I'm telling you what, Jake, you read a lot of these lyrics. They're fucking fantastic lyrics, man. They just paint mental pictures of, and this is before Aaliyah died, for fuck's sake. You know what I mean? Like, this shit's heavy, right? 7 hours late, those ethereal haunted synths to open the track. Miko's ghastly growls are stellar. Such a dense, damaged, broken song. I love it. And then the track of all three albums. This is the track of all three albums for me. Empires of Loneliness, man. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. It is just...
That track rips my heart out.
It's beyond comprehension to explain how fucking devastatingly heavy this song is, man. I mean, monstrous song, just a monolith of darkness and hopelessness. This is the best kind of Swallow the Sun for me. Haunted, broken, amazing riffs and vocals. That really cool, almost haunted synth choral vocal, all like monk-like. It sounded like monks, sort of, that sort of monk chanty sort of thing. Not in an enigma way, but and I love enigma, don't get me wrong, but in a very cool way, like haunted. The vocals and synths in general are just sick as fuck on this song, man. And then the spoken word in the middle is super effective on this one as well. This, if I said to anybody, maybe go listen to a Swallow the Sun song, that'll blow your god. You're either gonna love this band after this song, or you're gonna hate it. It's either this song or the one that made me cry off of Hope. That's another Loneliness title, right? Hang on. You know the song I'm talking about, right? Hang on.
Was it Doomed to Walk the Earth?
Just Too Cold for Tears. Was it Too Cold for Tears or Justice is Suffering? Shit, which one was it? No, Too Cold for Tears. Too Cold for Tears.
Not the one with Jonas.
No. I'm talking about if I was telling somebody to go listen to two Swallow the Sun tracks that to me are the most devastating emotionally prior to Aaliyah dying, let's put it that way, okay? Too Cold for Tears off of Hope and Monument to Loneliness. Just, dude, like, God, man. Empires of Loneliness. Just what a fucking amazing track. Like, start to finish, it's just a mind-blowing track, and it's what, Jake? 11 minutes long?
Yeah, around that.
11 minutes and 1 second. Boom. Let's see. Last two tracks, Abandoned by Light. Man, Miko is just depraved on this. It's probably their most black metal style vocal on the whole album. This one, um, man, those synth lines on this song are just unreal. The guitars are dreary, beyond heavy, scathing. Uh, oh God, it feels like a funereal march. This song, "Abandoned by Light." I mean, the song kind of says what it sounds like. It just really is like a song void of light. And then we get the last song, and I'm going to throw this out there. Does anybody know what "Clouds Prepare for Battle" means?
What is
It's a reference to something.
It is. I brought it up a little bit ago about two of his favorite bands.
It's either a Rush or a Marillion.
It's a Rush lyric from Jacob's Ladder. The clouds prepare for battle.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, I think it's a Rush. I read that coming up to this.
Yeah, when I saw that, I'm like, that has to be. And then I asked him right away, and that was when you and I became like best bros, man. Well, okay, not really, but I mean, that's when we connected, and then we started talking Steve Rothery from Really. It was like, all right, it's over, man. This dude, and then I fucked up and didn't go meet him on the day that they came to Baltimore. So there you go. Sorry about that, you. 10 out of 10. This album, I was going to say, the screams are nasty on this song on Clouds Prepare for Battle. His screams are just blood-curdling fucking killer screams. The guitars are, that part there at about 420 in the song, it just gets so crushing. It's like a black hole's crushing your fucking brain, man. Just the way this song ends, game over, end of story. This is a 10 out of 10 mega banger for me. Again, I said that if I could make this my number 3 album, which I can't because I'm not going to separate them, but Miko's singing on here it's a masterpiece.
That's interesting coming from you, because like when you look at the tiers of the styles of music you enjoy, Funeral Doom's probably not even in the right as far as the right, we got progressive rock, progressive metal. You think all the different genres you enjoy. I
don't know. Esoteric's one of my favorite bands. Why?
I'm talking about style, not just the band.
Evokin', I love Evokin' and Shape of Despair and Mournful. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, granted, Shape and Mournful, I only kind of got into, through not so much through MDF, but that was the first time I was really like, I don't know. Yeah, I guess you're kind of right, but of all my favorite styles of metal,
I'm not saying you don't like Fear Doom. I'm looking at your track record as far as what you mostly bring up. But then again, this is not an easy genre to talk about.
They're not, and that's the thing. They tick all the boxes in a whole bunch of stuff. For me, Swallow the Sun is Death Doom, Doom, Funeral Doom, progressive, and a little bit of folk in there. They're kind of all that stuff. They kind of have a little bit of everything, right? And this, I would argue, could be one of their top albums. So I think we'll let Jake take over next and let him talk about it. But just a 10 out of 10 album for me. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah, I agree with what Jeff has said. This number 3, Despair. Pull it up here. There's the cover for the specific album of the trilogy. There's the band photo that was on the Digipack. But yeah, Despair, Funeral Doom album with some black metal sprinkled in there. I wrote that if Swallow the Sun had only been if they dedicated themselves to Funeral Doom, just being a Funeral Doom band from the beginning, they would be considered one of the genre's best if they wrote on near this caliber of music throughout their discography. This is an incredible Funeral Doom album.
It really is. It's mind-blowing.
For me, I'll say that it's the most personally, emotionally crushing material they've wrote. Between, what are the 7 Hours Late and Empires of Loneliness, those 2 tracks back to back just had me ready to curl up and just
Call it a day.
crying. I was just ready to curl up and just be done.
Yeah, it's unreal.
Like I was thinking, I don't know if I can ever just sit and listen to these and read the lyrics along with it, because yeah, on a personal level, those lyrics just, I related to them so much and they just crushed me. And then following that with Abandoned by the Light continues to just devastate you, and The Clouds Prepare for Battle, just another great Funeral Doom song. Really, to me, Funeral Doom's a genre where you just listen to the whole album. You don't pick out the songs and put them on. So you just put this album on, listen to it in entirety. And, that's something we didn't really mention on this, is that, yeah, it's meant to be listened to, like it was written to be listened to sequentially, like all 3 albums at a time. But you can really just pull these individual albums out
Yes,
and enjoy them by themselves.
agree.
And you don't really like lose anything from that. Like
No, I think
they're very enjoyable on their own.
yeah, and I think what Rick said earlier, that about what he and I talked about when you stepped away, I believe, was that you really, I don't think you can really sit down and take in an album like Despair in one sitting. Like just sit down and go, or put it on while you're doing housework, or in all honesty, even this one would be a tough driving record where your attention was being taken away, by traffic or that kind of stuff, because you really have to hear the nuances of how this shit seeps into your synapses in your brain and kind of just makes you. It literally this particular album in specific is kind of like a black hole that sucks you in, and you almost like are just like kind of mesmerized by the denseness and the sort of utter beautiful despair. It's a beautiful despair. It's not it's a despair, and like you said, curling up and like just that's it. But it's a beautiful despair. It's something that you want to go further into. You're not like, no, man, I can't, you're almost like, I got to go all the way in on this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. For me, it's cathartic.
Yeah. I want to do, before I jump to Rick real quick, let me just do this real fast. So, Empires of Loneliness, real fast. A lonely shape at my door as death walked in, turned his gray face toward me. No eyes, but his stare pierced my soul. No words, but I knew his reasons well. Nothing here for me, just a burden to others. I followed his slow steps and quiet sighs straight into the night. Through these streets of flashing lights, shapes with eyes like shadows and stares so hollow, nowhere to go but lower from here, deeper down into the fear and hopelessness. Hell everywhere around me, so why would I have anything to lose if I follow? Through this city of long shadows we walk. I love that line right there. This world of empty souls, kingdom of fear and hearts so lost, abandoned by the light, cells of empty shells, filling their insides with promises of something, anything. These gray towers around me, climbing toward the night sky, reaching for the clouds, like birds so black high above with their all-seeing eyes, the halo of their stares. And these concrete walls with dim lights that are covered with curtains, and within are lost stairs. Within are lost stairs, stairs, just leading down to the depths of hell. This carnival of everything, yet we have nothing but this horror of our existence. Couldn't find more reasons to pray for a better tomorrow. I'm almost there. All I achieved was just more distance from my dreams, my hopes, and from the light of the morning that I separated myself from so long ago. So I followed his slow steps and quiet sighs to the place I loved most as a child, where I chased my dreams and waved to the passing trains, the miracles of life. And here, back on those same tracks, I stand again, being so much less, now alone, holding nothing within but this empire of loneliness. I mean, that's the first part. There's still 4 or 5 stanzas to go. That's a fucking epic tale of what loneliness probably feels like to Juha. and what he is trying to convey as the human experience of what loneliness can feel like.
Oh yeah, you get deeper in and you get to that spoken word part.
Yeah, it's
Then from the dark, a small glimmering light did appear.
Yeah.
With the trembling wings of a butterfly.
Oh.
It shone a light into my night, a halo of childish hope, reaching from somewhere long since gone. I held my breath and it landed on my arm and asked, "Is there still anything worth reaching for?" And my heart said no. Any light or goodness in you worth holding on to? And my heart said no. I closed my eyes, got on my weak knees, and breathed in the dark glow. As her wings turned to ashes, from ashes to a black moth,
There you
I
go.
heard iron screaming of the iron, and my heart still said no.
Yeah, and then it goes back to the chorus of the carnal
Yeah.
everything. Man, I mean, some of the most profoundly intense, introspective yet universal. That's an introspective you-ha going, I want to go back to my childhood and tell myself there's nothing really worth continuing on for, but there is. But yet, that's a universal thing that I can't imagine any of us who are human haven't felt.
You know, to me, this track goes hand in hand with the 7 hours late or whatever right before it. And that's why I mentioned on the back of disc 2 the mention of his father, because I feel like this track is referencing his childhood with his father.
Yeah,
how their place was to go to the train tracks, and then in this track, so alone with nothingness, and you listen to it and it's him going back there and waiting for that train to come to
take him away or to finish him off. Yeah. It's I'm just telling you this song honestly might be my favorite Swallow the Sun song of all songs. It's so, I'm not as emotionally exposed. Plus, I'm not drinking tonight, thankfully, because I just can't anymore. I don't think with what's going on with me. Which, by the way, as a quick aside, Rick, I got a text about 2 hours ago saying they could move my appointment up from next Friday, not this Friday, but next Friday the 8th, to Tuesday at 3. So I'll be down on Tuesday. I don't know. I know that's a work night for you, but maybe
Tuesday coming up?
It's Tuesday, yeah. This Tuesday. And I see my GP Monday morning at 9:30 about the Epstein Barr stuff and, all kind of stuff. So I'll be down, hopefully Tuesday I can make that trip by myself. I'm struggling a lot, but particularly with all my other stuff. But anyway, maybe we can catch dinner after my appointment because I probably won't be out till 5 after you're out off work anyways. So
yeah, let me know.
Yeah. So okay, Rick, your take on. I mean, Jake and I have already said this.
Wait, you mentioned a lyric, and my heart still said no. It's not a hymn song.
Which what?
There's a hymn. There's a hymn song.
For what?
And the heart said no, something like that.
Maybe.
And just wondering, because we're talking about all these references, right?
Yeah.
References, typo references.
Oh, you're talking about the lyric. You're talking about the lyric. Yeah. It could be
a hymn song. What's it? Love said no. It's something like that.
It could be because the drummer for Halatar.
Those are Finnish too.
Right? Well, the drummer for Halatar is the hymn drummer.
Oh, really?
True. Yeah.
Oh, you meant him, the band. I thought you meant HYMM. Okay.
All right. Yeah. Before talking about Funeral Doom,
I hate to say I don't really know him very much. Sorry.
More Simple Sunshine before getting into the brooding Funeral Doom.
Right on. All right. So what's your take on this?
All right. So to get people an idea, like for those who don't understand, like I want to talk about despair. Look, have you ever had to pay taxes, stand in line to DMV? That's pretty. That's despairing stuff. But if you want to know what this feels like, here I brought a prop, right? Prop Rick. Here we go.
Here we go.
Also, this is a display of my strength. So put this in your pelvic area. I'm equal opportunity. And listen to a song for 12 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. I agree.
It's crushing, man. Shit's crushing. So It's just to show J Dog I'm not a weakling.
Ah. Right. Don't be a pussy poser. Brah, brah.
So what was I? Oh yeah. So third disc, like Jake was saying. So we are here in this despair. This is not a style that they do. They do have those dark. They do have those very doomy, long, drawn out tempo moments, and it kind of spread out through their discography. But when you have a dedicated side to
Album. Yeah.
it's like holy fuck.
5 tracks over 52 minutes, I believe. 60 minutes, 59 minutes.
And they're competing with Chip of Despair, and Skepticism, bands who, that's all they do. That's all they do.
Yeah.
And then my favorite right here, Vulcan, right, which is funny because this album is called Antithesis of Light, right, and they have a song called Abandoned by the Light.
Yeah, there you go.
Very funeral doom-esque.
As an aside, by the way, Rick, I don't know if I told you, but
yeah,
Evokin's coming on the show if I'm still alive long enough to have them on.
Shit, really?
Yeah, their new album comes out mid-October, and I reached out to the drummer, got back to me, and he's like, "Yeah, let's do it, man." So probably late September.
They probably hammered them. I wonder how they're going to release another album. It's been a little while, guys.
They are October 18th.
Ooh.
Have they announced that, or did you just?
Oh shit. Yeah.
Time to edit something out, right?
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Well, we're gonna hit August or September, not that.
Yeah, I might have actually. Well, there are not a lot of people watching.
You're like a press release will drop tomorrow or something.
No, it's not that imminent, no.
But yeah, man, everything you guys said definitely applies. It's a very, very good funeral doom album, and it's kind of just only makes you hungry for more of it. Like, fuck, man, it's like, well, after the last album, you kind of lose hope that they will, But I think with this, like the way they did with the folkier side on disc 2, it's like they went all in, and I'm glad they did with this. It's and right away, as soon as you put on Gallon of Black Moths, it's like, oh, okay, I see what they're doing here. You know what I mean? And you like it. It scratches that itch that you love. If you're already listening to Funeral Doom, so Despair, this guy here, it's a holy fuck. It's crushing everything that you want. It's like that coworker who's always quiet, but they're a little dangerous because you don't know they could replace you. You know what I mean? Like Miko has that ability, along with everybody else, to write this kind of material. If they want to put out balls out, another Funeral Doom album, they have the abilities because they got all the ingredients. They've had these ingredients for a long time, and they'll be able to produce this product. And we will ride, and if they've done this. It's the longest track, 12, almost 13 minutes, Gathering Black Moths, and then moves on to 7 hours late. Again, and not afraid to mix it up. You see later, I think the last side, it's just like more of the black metal isms thrown in with that, which offers a nice sense of contrast. Empires of Loneliness, because we're talking about that, and nice break with that spoken moments. You all really reading lyrics, so I'm also just point out that the spoken word moments, which is kind of what is it, like halfway through the song, and because I think it's also very moving. I closed my eyes, got on my weak knees, and breathed in the dark glow as her wings turned to ashes. From ashes to a black moth, I heard the sirens screaming of the iron, and my heart still said no. Did you read that, Jake? I don't know if you did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Okay. But which it's worth emphasizing that it's very deep.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then moving on to which Empire of the Loneliness, I think it's the next longest track, and there's not a minute wasted on this. A lot of people will get kind of scared, and that's why when people who are curious about Funeral Doom, but then they look at the track length, they're like, man, this is an investment. To get in. The genre is an investment, just overall. But man, this is an example of excellent Funeral Doom writing, because not all Funeral Doom is good, of course.
No, agree. Yeah.
But you mentioned some bands that you love, like Esoteric, right? Or one of the
Mm-hmm.
cream of the crop,
Yeah.
kind of doing this sound. But Abandoned by the Light, it's probably the most despair sounding. It's got the slower tempo. It's got
Agreed.
that cavernous, bouncy tone to it. The drums and the way it kicks in echoes with that atmosphere. It's probably my favorite one, actually. I love the slower tempo stuff, and it kind of get lost in it. But it's actually the shortest one. It's not even 9 minutes, almost 9 minutes. And then you end for what you would you call the, I didn't know it was a Rush reference. I never paid
Yeah.
mind to it. But the Clouds Before Her Battle, again, have one of the halfway point. That's scathing black metal vocals. Really adds to that intensity. When you think of Funeral Doom, you think of like, is this person alive? Is there a pulse? But here, there's a sense of intensity kind of thrown in. So it's surprisingly versatile for something that you don't always associate with Funeral Doom, which kind of, requires a certain kind of investment and several spins to really begin to understand what's going on with this. Funeral Doom is not very easy to write. You know what I mean? People think it was a slower, like that's
It's
actually
an investment.
Yeah.
It's a definite time investment thing, and
yeah.
you also, if you're not into slower tempo stuff, you're probably not going to get into this. I mean, if you're a Cannibal Corpse guy and that's all you know about death metal, you're not going to dig this probably. But I mean, you know what I mean.
This is why you need releases like this. So if people are curious about expanding their palette to other things, and Funeral Doom is one of them, you gotta point them to the cream of the crop stuff. And this right here, which is the third disc on a band that doesn't primarily do Funeral Doom, it's a strange example to point out, but I would definitely not hesitate to be like, hey, this is definitely one with very good production. They definitely know what they're doing, and this is a very pleasant surprise when this dropped. When this came out, though, I didn't dive all into it at the time because like I was into other Funeral Doom, at the time. So
Right.
I didn't see Fall of the Sun. Plus, it was just a massive album, just with three discs. It was a lot.
Exactly, a lot to take in.
So it took me a little while, you know what I mean? And obviously doing these deep dives, you're kind of forced to. But I'm gonna drop something on you guys. With this, songs of the North, right? Songs from the North. Do you feel this would have been a better package if they did a Deliverance Damnation kind of thing, the way Opeth did? For example, if they would have maybe took disc 1 and 2,
Yeah.
right? It kind of just took out the best parts as the one disc.
I mentioned that there was a couple tracks on Beauty that I could have seen dropped, and maybe 2 tracks on Gloom, and done this as a two-parter that were staggered or something like that.
Release them in the same year or just a year apart.
Yeah, because the original intent with Damnation and Deliverance was have them come out as a double album, but the record label said, nah, they're so vastly different, let's change it up. So the problem, and I think yes and no, and the reason I say no is that
I know Jake's not an Opeth fan, so I don't know if you know the reference exactly what you mean.
I don't know the reference, but I get the question.
Well, Damnation sounds like it would be the really harsh album, but it's actually the super mellow prog album. It's very prog.
That screws me up because I got to remember that too.
Yeah, it's kind of like, if you don't know, you know Camel at all, Jake? Have you ever heard Camel? Real progressive English progressive rock band.
Acapel's a real big fan.
It's very big. It's Michael Acapel's love letter to.
I know Rick showed the Camel album. A Camel album.
Mirage, yeah.
And I showed the 32 disc box set that I have that I still have I'm only on disc 10 and I've had it for like 2 years.
It's a measly 32 discs.
Huh?
It's a measly 32 discs.
Well, it's 28 audio discs and 4 fucking Blu-rays that I haven't even put the Blu-rays in yet. That is a symptom right there of a very sick human being. I haven't even gotten to it all.
But
no, so with Opeth, the harsh album is Deliverance and the soft album is Damnation, and it was supposed to be a combined album, like mixed up, and they ended up not doing it that way. They ended up splitting it up. So, yeah, that
Do you feel would have been a better package. Or
no.
I'm fine with this.
I mean, it might have sold a little better. It might have sold a little better, but
from a marketing standpoint.
yeah, from a marketing standpoint, it might have been a better decision. But I don't think there's any song on here that's shit. Number one, there's not a shitty song on here. I think there's maybe 4 or 5 tracks you could have left off of the first 2 albums, which still makes it difficult to put this all together. Do you know what I mean? As 2 albums, you're still looking at like an 80-minute plus album of 1 and 2, so it would still have to probably be 3 separate albums. So I don't know. No, I think they did what they had to do with this one, which was, you know, put it out as one big package. And
I mean, looking at it years later, it makes perfect sense. But I'm thinking it wouldn't have been wrong to do it that way at the time if they decided to go that direction, because you can't miss what you didn't listen to, right?
Right. I'm wondering what, I'd be curious to know what if Yuha knows what the highest selling album of theirs actually is. I have no idea. Like, I can't even hazard a guess on that.
Yeah. To answer Rick's question from my end, this is a point I actually wanted to make, is that the way these albums flow together, listening to them sequentially, I don't think it would work if, you know, you broke this up into 2 or even the 3 albums and had them as separate releases.
Yeah, because let's just say, for example, Jake, I know let me just preface it. I'm interrupting, so go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say that the way that they flow together is so perfect. You know, that beauty right in the middle, it really enhances
the bookends
there on the end.
Yeah,
especially on the end.
Yeah.
To go from that beautiful, folky, more beautiful, hopeful album into just that devastating despair on disc 3.
Plus, let's say you cut. Yeah, let's say you cut 3 or 4 songs off of Beauty and you cut 2 songs off of Gloom, or 3, okay? And then you try to mix those up. The juxtaposition of the styles is going to be a little too jarring, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes it, because it's more condensed, it's more extreme of it.
So the only other the other option would have been, let's put out 3 albums over the next 18 months. And then it's almost like, oh, didn't they just put a new album out? And, you know, instead, I think they figured, look, you all went fucking mad and just created this monster and said, look, I want to drop it off for this reason.
I think with this maneuver, though, in the long run, worked out for them, because with Aaliyah's passing that same year, they released this.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe he knew that. Maybe he knew.
I think they knew of her diagnosis.
Yeah, maybe she knew that.
Maybe during the writing, I think.
Yeah, they may have known that she was potentially not going to survive this. Or
it wasn't long after the release of this album that she passed.
She died, yeah.
But, yeah, I think, what was the point I was going to make? And if you release them all separately, you run the risk of alienating fans, because, you know, you get that first one and you're like, okay, yeah, this is the sound I'm used to, more or less. And then you hit them with that acoustic album, and
whoa, what's this?
Like, whoa, what's
this? Experiences when Opeth released Damnation, I was like, what the fuck?
Great point, though, Jake. Great point. Although, if I remember,
maybe this is a one-off, and then you follow that up with the
Despair
Funeral Doom album, and you're like, this still isn't Swallow the Sun. Are these guys not, you know, doing the same shit anymore? And they're not going to return and check them out again.
I do recall in the run-up to Deliverance coming out, that came out first over Damnation.
Yeah.
What I do remember is Michael was doing a fair amount of, this was pre-internet stuff, so it was written press, and he was talking about the fact that initially there was going to be a double album, but now it's split down the middle. There's a softer prog rock album and the heavy death metal, progressive death metal album. He set the stage for that. So in order to do this, 2015, now we have the internet. Yuha and Nico and the guys would have had to done a lot of press to go, hey, we're going to be doing 3 albums, guys, and every single one of them is vastly different. So just sit back and, you know, prepare. I think I
People
think,
saw short attention spans, even with a big heads up.
yeah, I think they did the right thing. I really do. And, overall, like I said, I had an 8.7, 8.7, and 10 out of 10 for this. I think on the first album, I'll go a 9. In fact, 8.7 was a little harsh. But yeah, I don't know. It's a fucking amazing album, and I wouldn't ever hesitate to say this is a good starting point too.
It's a
Although
massive.
you gotta be ready for the three various styles, and you gotta be ready to sit down.
Is this worth mentioning? But I think, Yuha has his own recording studio.
Probably.
And I think he does all the stuff there, which except maybe the last album. So that you have quite an advantage if you have the capabilities to record.
Oh yeah,
in your own studio.
Oh, always.
And you're good at it. That could have been a factor to write something.
Your cost is way minimal, and your I love when it gives me the thumbs up. Hey, dude. But I still can't get it to give me the fucking this. I can't get it. Come on, give me the that. Give me the that. I think it's my fucked up finger here that won't allow me.
Pull up a deal record. Maybe it'll do.
I only have 1.5 goat horns. It's like when I do the goat horn thing, I always go right-handed because that's a soccer injury that fucked me up. Anyway, we got to get moving on, but this is a fantastic, fantastic album. And I think maybe the only reason I would caution people going in on this album is it's a lot to take in. And as a first starting point, it might be a little too much to take in, right? All right, the next one we're going to talk about is an interim album, and the reason that we're going to talk about an interim single, basically, is what it was, under the Swallow the Sun moniker, called Lumina Aria. Now, in between Lumina Aria coming out in 2016 or 2017, shit, I didn't write down when that came out. Fuck. I don't remember when it came. Maybe it came out in 2018. Now that I'm looking, yeah, it came out in 2018.
Before that.
Yeah, before they put this out, we lost Aaliyah. I'm gonna look it up so I'm not just saying it. We lost Aaliyah in April. That makes sense. April of 2016. Again, she was Yuha's life partner and musical partner and all kind of stuff like that. And I don't know how long he knew about this, but he had to have known about it for a while. She didn't just get cancer and die a couple months later. I believe it was breast cancer. I don't know why. I think that's what it was, but doesn't really matter.
I can imagine what was going through her mind because she was still doing work up towards the end there, and
right.
It's like everything you do, is your swan song stuff. You know what I mean? Like that's quite a mind fuck, man. Like,
yeah, I'm looking. They were working on Trees of Eternity.
Mm-hmm.
They were in post-production at that point, I believe. A few months later, Yuha announced the name of her debut. Her debut album was called Hour of the Nightingale. I imagine one of you guys has that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't. And then Svart Records in February 17 announced the band Halatar, which is Yuha, Tommy Utzon, and Gas Lipstick, former drummer of him. Gas Lipstick. Is that the guy's name? For real?
Yeah.
It doesn't really say what kind of cancer, and it doesn't matter. But I guarantee they knew something was coming up. And so I don't know. When did the Trees come out? Was that 17?
16.
16. All right. Let's talk about those at the end, okay?
Yeah.
I want to smash through the Swallow Sun, then we'll talk about those at the end, because there's the Aaliyah solo stuff. There's the which we'll highlight at the end. There's the Trees of Eternity, which was the project that Yuha was working on with Aaliyah and had basically finished up and then put out. And I do have that. I've got the album. And to be honest with you, I've struggled with when I wanted to listen to this, with what I'm what I'm going through. It's
I mean, if you love those moments in Swallow the Sun, you're like, these are. I just love these fucking etherealness and
oh,
just
I'm sure I'll love it.
treat how vocals are. And she gave us an entire album.
Yeah,
I mean, and you know, thematically, it's not as dark and bleak
Dark. Yeah.
as Swallow the Sun. So,
And by the way,
Different kind of doing.
I want to thank both you guys for this. By the way, thanks to you guys, I bought this last weekend in my semi-drunken state.
Wait,
Is
the only question is, did you give your left or right kidney?
no, it was. I'll tell you what it was. I paid $80 for this, which I think is a fucking killer deal.
yeah.
Because if you go look around, I couldn't find anything on $140. This is the Imperium. This is the Imperium with the poster. I'd say it's in VG Plus, almost mint. And looking around at this, I don't think I'm going to run across this ever again at that price. I think I just happened to hit that guy at the right time, and he's like, "Yeah, let's get rid of it." Right?
No, you're luck. I'll get a press release from Swart tomorrow. I'll be like, by the way, we're pressing another 1,000 of them.
Well, I don't even care about that though. It's the OG press from Imperium, like from.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to be able to find that again. You know.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to find something to trade you for that.
Well, maybe when I die, I'll make sure my kids get it to you. Not to get down that
No.
path, because that's not a good path.
Is anybody gonna show or bring up Lumina Aurea?
Yeah, I want to bring that up. I'm going to show the. We don't own it, right? Nobody owns it, right? It was just
Sounds like
vinyl only.
That fucker was hard to find because they ran it once. It was just like a promo thing, you know.
It wasn't even a promo. It was 1,000 copies total, but there are 5 different variants, I believe.
The lead up to the next album.
Yeah, and this is it here. That's
I had plenty of chances to get it, but I'm like, it's just a single.
It's a 14-minute track.
Yeah.
And, you know what I would say? Like anybody who's curious, just check out the video. The cinematography is so fucking
dude.
But don't judge their catalog on this track.
No.
If you're coming in blind, this is a completely different animal than their other music.
I'm gonna lay this out there. This is so dark and so fucking haunted. I mean, it's just haunted. This track is just what I envision Yuha was feeling in his brain for many.
He said it was one of the hardest things he put together. It can't go back to that.
It's ominous and bleak. Those are the two things, bleak and ominous, man. This shit, it sounds like a fucking Lustmord song in a lot of ways. If you know Lustmord and the dark ambient, it's mostly a dark ambient track with just some of the most haunted. I have to own this. I don't care what I got.
Something a little puzzling for you guys.
Yeah, I gotta buy it.
You guys have any of these metal puzzles?
No.
The record shop near me, it's got quite a few of these. I was just surprised that they did one for this.
Yeah, that's weird.
I'm
going to say this. I'm going to put this out there to the universe. If anybody wants to buy this for me as a early birthday present to 60, I'm here for it. But I did find a copy for about $50.
You want to blow me up? I'll just do it.
But I did find a copy for $50, but it's the 400 version.
It's a company that does these puzzles. It's official merchandise. Says it right here.
That's a puzzle?
It's a fucking puzzle.
Okay, I got it.
Official merchandise. Like the band knows.
It was like a 7-inch.
And this is the image you showed earlier. I don't know if that's supposed to be Aaliyah.
But it's a 12-inch actually. I think it probably is. It looks like her.
It's literally a puzzle. It's a circular puzzle.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, like a 7-inch. Yeah.
It's a pain in the ass to probably put together. I have no intention of taking it apart, putting it together. It's just a cool little collector scum gem kind of thing.
Right on.
But it's just cool to have nonetheless because I can't get my hands on a physical copy of the real thing. So that's the closest thing I got, guys.
Well, I got my eye on one, and you better not take it. It's the black version, which there's 400 copies of. I think there was maybe only 800 copies, but long story short, or 1,000, 800 or 1,000. But long story short, there's 5 different variants, I think, and the other variants, there's one of 100 and another of 100, and then 2 of 200 or 250, and then the 400, which is the black variant. That's the easy one to get. The other ones are like over $100, and I just
The one you're looking at happened to ship from France.
yeah, you just bought it.
No, I didn't. You saw that it's got a seam split though, right?
No, I didn't see that. Oh fuck, really?
2 centimeters seam split on.
That's pretty big. That's a pretty big seam split. Fuck.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if anyone wants to buy it for me, I will love you long time. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, I want this thing. I think it's brilliant. I love every second of it. It's to be very honest, not to get overly personal, but then am I not overly personal? This is where my mind goes to sometimes, knowing what I'm.
It's not for everyone, though. Definitely not.
No, this is bleak, and there's no vocals on it. There's just some whispers, and is there vocals?
I thought there was.
There's an instrumental side, so there's
No. But is there actual sung vocals? I don't remember there being sung vocals on it.
It's a kind of a gray area.
I don't remember it well enough to say, but I know there was vocals because I remember liking the instrumental version better.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I listened to the vocal version, but I thought I listened to the vocal version because at the very end there's a guy talking in Latin, and at the end of it he says, "Death is stronger than life. Love is stronger than death." I believe that's what it says. Something in that vein. I don't know about you guys, but granted, yes, it's only one track, and then there's on the other side, it's the
I think a lot of people bypass that. They're like, it's kind of like even though it's counted officially as an EP, it's people just doing the promo thing because they knew that next album was coming out.
Well, I want it. I'm gonna buy it.
Looking at the lyrics and everything on Metal Archives, it's got vocals. I don't know how pronounced they are, but it's got a lot of lyrics there in Latin.
Well, I gotta look
like 3-4 paragraphs worth.
The instrumental side, I guess.
I gotta look at that because I just did not hear that. That's very odd. I did get in, by the way, guys. Shit, where's that? I got in the Blackbird and the Hope copies that I didn't own before. So now I just got to find my songs from the North. All right. So anything else to add about Lumina from you guys, Aria?
No, just my biggest point on that one was that I just slightly preferred the non-vocals part, the instrumental version. I like that one more.
Didn't have vocals on. I got to re-listen to that then. But
I love the video.
Rick, the video is just haunting, man.
Great haunting, dark ambient track.
One thing we haven't talked about is they make good videos, man. It's like the quality. I don't know who they get to do the cinematography, but there's definitely a lot of creative stuff thrown into. Now with the following album we're about to talk about, they get even more stylistic, with the stuff, and it shows in their videos.
Well, I think they get money from the Finnish government for arts to do better stuff, whereas here in the States they'd have to come up with the money. Over there, the Scandinavian countries help their artists out. They give
in the U.S., when schools have to do budget cuts, what happens a lot, the first shit to go is the art program shit.
No, of course, always, yeah. Just reminded me of something that in the Yuha interview, I tell him that I came into the band with Hope. And I said, yeah, a buddy of mine made a CD-ROM of it. We would trade these things around. And he goes, now I know why I'm a fucking starving artist, because, you're taking my product. But he did it completely fucking jokingly. It was just like, it was hilarious, man. I mean, I really recommend everybody go watch that to get a sense of who Yuha is. He's seemingly one of the coolest fuckers ever.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, the video lags a lot because of where he lives in Finland. He doesn't have a great internet connection for.
I also would add the rest of the band all share those sensibilities, man. I think that's why they get along so well. The wider lineup does not change that much.
Nico is like one of the most. He just doesn't react. He's like super fucking chill. Like, and when you interview him and you ask him a question, he goes, "Well, I like metal."
This is a specific interview. If we do the post,
he's not very loquacious. Whereas Yuha does talk. Yuha talks quite a bit. But all right, let's move on to one of Shadow. And I just bought the record today, last night. Jake.
Never heard of it.
I bought a vinyl copy because I'm gonna get all their shit on vinyl. Especially because of this, because I bought this for $6. Turns out it was a fucking library copy, and it's all stuck with stickers, which pisses me off, man. Look at that shit all over the fucking CD. I can't get it off. I'm like,
They partied on it, man.
I bought it for $8, and the guy gave me $3 back because it was fucked up. So, yeah, Shadow.
That works sometimes. I go in and I start nitpicking on shit. It probably hates me, but like this little nick here, this case is missing a hinge.
Well, I don't care about broken cases and shit, but
I've got discounts, man. I've got discounts.
All over the sticker, all over the book and everything. So January 25th, 2019. Show that again, Jake. When a shadow is forced into the light comes out. Century Media. Producer was Juha and Gianni Pehicu. Yanni Pehicu. Whatever. Yeah, man. I gotta be honest with you. I only got this a couple months ago, and I didn't get into it, like really into it, until I knew we were gonna get into this deep dive. And man, Jake, I'll let you go first on this one.
All right.
Go first on Moonflowers.
Yeah. When the shadow was forced into the light.
Wow.
I'll start by saying this is probably my favorite artwork on any of their albums.
It's so badass.
That cover, and then I also wanted to spotlight the art on the center labels, just on single side of each, because the other side is just the track list.
Right. Oh, it's so cool.
That's disc 1, and then.
It's a gatefold, right? The inner gatefold shit's cool too, man.
Yeah, I can show
I
that.
almost bought the black and white splatter. I chose to go with black because it was $20 more for the splatter.
There's disc 2.
So cool, man.
And that image is also on the insert with the lyrics and everything. But the inside just got the lyrics, and it's got this
The skull
down there.
antler skull, yeah.
But yeah, this is it's a special album, being their kind of, I don't want to call it return, because it was only like a few 4 or 5 years between the two, but it was the return from a tragic event, and it's just a really special album in the way it addresses that event, the death of Aaliyah. The album title, "When a Shadow is Forced into the Light," is pulled. It's a direct lyric from "Trees of Eternity," which is fitting here. On this album, there's an increased, more prominent use of strings, violins and all that, cellos and all the other string instruments. It's a very somber, melancholic album. Something I noted is that there's a lot of, not a ton, but there's some moments where there's female vocals on this album, but they're not credited anywhere. So I wondered if that was on purpose.
I noticed that same thing. I have a note here about, sounds like there's female vocals, but not sure because I don't see any note about it.
There is a new member. Let me see what his name was.
The new guitar player, right?
No, he's a keyboardist on this one. And this is the only.
They did a guitar player too, a Yuho.
Yeah, new guitar player, I believe, right?
Yeah, guitar player and keyboard player.
There's a Yuho and a Yuha. Yuho's the new guitar player.
Yanni Pehu. is the new keyboardist, and this is the only studio album he appears on. And he
That's
also
right. He actually was on pre-production. He did production with Yuha.
he does backing vocals as well.
Ah, okay.
He also has he has other projects. I checked out the one. It's I, and that's more of a neo folky project. So because I was just trying to contrast the backing vocals and to see if maybe I was confusing them, but there's a discernible difference on where his backing vocals are, and they're very noticeably female vocals.
Yeah, I agree.
And so I think that's a purposeful thing, and I know on the Halatar album they used vocal samples of Alea that were unused, but I don't know if they did that on this one. I don't think they did, but they may have.
Yeah.
She did. She gets writing credit on "Clouds on Your Side." That album was written by Alea, Yuha, and Miko. Yeah. The highlights on this one, the title track, it starts out with, it really sets the atmosphere and mood for the album. And that second half of the song just closes that song really, really well. Strong close to that. The Crimson Crown opens with a beautiful marriage of strings and keyboards. Just a really beautiful melancholic track. Firelights. The whispers at the start have a nice effect. The black metal vocals with the blast beats is a very crushing part of the song. Really cool guitar solos in this one. Guitar solo, not like wanky guitar solo, just fitting for the mood of the song. And that final chorus of the song has just a real heft of power behind it. Upon the Water, this track is it's a special track. It's a tearjerker for me.
That fucking song is so incredible, man.
It's a lyrical masterpiece, and to kind of paint the picture of the song, if you guys know, if people know what the Viking ship burial is.
Yeah.
I was looking into this, and it's more of a exaggerated thing in modern culture. Historians don't know that it was all that, if it was used or if it was that common. When they put the body on the boat, send it out to the water, and then they burn it. They got the archers shooting the flaming arrows out to burn the boat. But that's really the picture of this song, is that Viking ship out on the water burial. Yeah, I don't know if I think I said this. Favorite song on the album. It's very evocative songwriting here. When it says, there's a lyric, and the nightingale shines upon the water. That's Aaliyah. That's one of her. That's like one of a name that they used to reference her. That was used in reference to her. It goes from that lyric into just this quiet section where there's these single sparse drum hits.
Yeah.
And then it hits into the most crushing moment of the album. The end of that song is so crushing. Oh man, emotionally devastating. That song.
Here's where I think like Miko shines in his clean vocals, because he's got that upon the water, he's not trying to be too sweet. He's kind of almost being seductively dark. He doesn't, song of the bird still echoes silent, though the night is gone forever. And then he comes in with that fucking scream, and it's just like, cast all the demons into the sea, and you're just like, what the fuck?
Yes.
So good, man.
And
So
this is one of the songs where I'm like that the female vocals where I'm like, is it her? And they just pulled it because right there it's the nightingale. It's
oh
there's a female vocal there.
yeah,
I'm
that's
like,
maybe it is her.
I don't know.
I have to
It could be, but they don't credit it to anybody.
yeah, I have to listen to it again.
I
You
I
think
don't know her vocals well enough to say, yeah, this is her. This is from
think
other
if it was
female.
her though, Yuha would have wanted to note that. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
it's always very important to him that she is.
maybe with the theme of the album and none of the other female vocals being credited on this.
Could be.
I just don't know.
God, dude, when he goes into that, cast all the demons into the sea, into the abyss of the earth, to the
Yeah.
sleep of the whales song, I want you to bury me, bury me. It's
Bury
like,
me.
what the fuck? Like, just devastating, man. Just devastatingly.
That second bury me
Oh,
is
yeah.
even more just dark and sinister than the first one.
Yeah.
Like, just shows like the depth of his vocal range.
Yes. Yes.
So it's incredible.
It's so
But-
killer, man. It might be his best moment ever as that in that scathing black metal thing, but there is one other one that gets me in the next album that just like fucking blows my mind. I think you'll know which one I'm talking about. But killer.
Killer track. And then in Stone Wings, just got another beautiful keyboard intro into it. He uses this deeper clean in this song that I don't know that maybe he's used it before, but I don't remember him using that. It's a deeper clean vocal.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. I'm like, where has this been? Have I not noticed it?
It's almost like a Peter Steele like deep like
Yeah.
super,
And I think he uses it later, which
Yeah.
we'll talk about.
And you got to know too that every time I see Miko anywhere, he's wearing a Typo Negative shirt, so he's a massive Typo Negative fan.
But yeah, that on Stone Wings it's awesome. This is another track that leaves me teary eyed, just like the previous. The violins on this track when they hit with those when they hit with his black metal vocals, that's so cool.
Yeah.
That's another standout part. Clouds on Your Side, I already went over the writing credits on that one.
I think that was her last officially credited contribution to the band.
Yeah, and I put
Was that Aaliyah? Because I thought it was a French.
She's a co-writer on the song.
Oh, I didn't realize that was her because it sounds French. She's
I don't
French.
Yeah, there's French singing on that one. That's another one that I looked up to.
Okay, all right. I didn't realize that. Okay.
I don't remember I didn't notate the translation on that one, but the writing is her with Miko and Yuha. I put that this song's another tearjerker. This whole album's a tearjerker of an album.
Oh
yeah.
Those three tracks in particular really hit me. Here on the Black Earth, I wrote that
dude,
this track captures the feeling of trying to overcome grief.
Yes.
Just when you feel like you're climbing your way away from it, it suddenly hits you and just pulls you back right into that feeling.
Another amazing Nico clean vocal on this, man. Where you're the island in the sea of time. I'm the ghost ship in the night. You're just like, what the fuck, man? And again, the words are like, you're the lighthouse. I am the edge. I'm at the edge of the world, beyond the walls. Death tore out the flesh from my bones, left my soul so pale and hollow. My hands reach into the void where you used to be. I mean, again, I have to reiterate, not only is Yuha an amazing songwriter, but his lyrics we're reaching peak lyrical analogies, like peak lyrical symbolism. The symbolism in the lyrics is so intense, right?
The symbolism on Stone Wings.
Yeah.
When he references words of silence.
Oh, when he goes, And when you speak the words of silence,
To me, like that's
Such an
you know,
earworm.
words of silence. There are very few words in life you hear that you would describe as words of silence, and being told of death, that's words of silence. And like that symbolism on that song, so powerful.
it sure is. I mean, the word death means silence, the end.
Yeah. And
Well,
when
unless
you're told, someone passed, you're going to pass, whatever it is,
you just
your only reaction to that
silence.
is silence.
Usually.
So when you speak words of silence and then the lyrics that follow that, I'm like,
I always
so powerful.
it's interesting that you say that because, like you say, hey, so and so passed away. You're right. Usually, the first thing is in your mind. You're going, "Oh shit, what do I say? What do I say?" Like,
Yeah.
and then usually what you say is a platitude of, oh my god, my condolences, rest
Yeah.
in peace.
But
Which
then when it's somebody even closer to you, where you're the person that should be receiving the condolences,
right?
what do you say? It's just silence there.
Well, it's honestly, dude. And Rick knows this very well. Some of my best friends, when I talk about what's going on with me with this illness, you guys don't know what to say back, and I know that. I know you don't know what to say because, I mean, what is there to say?
We're all conditioned to offer some words of encouragement
Right.
or a solution, but when there's nothing there,
Yeah, you wanna offer some solace to somebody, but realistically, there's nothing you can do. Nothing.
No.
it's
Your words don't
words,
mean
words of silence.
your words don't mean anything. Sometimes the silence sometimes might even be better.
When someone tells me my fly is open, that's words of silence.
And here's Rick always with the joke, even in a super serious moment. But why do they do this?
Hot day,
Why do they always say, let's have a moment of silence?
Yeah.
Because no words you say can fucking make it any better. You have to go through it to get through it. And often you don't always get through it. You do the best you can to keep going, right? Like I said, man, life is suffering a lot of the time. Life,
This is the hardest part, is to keep going. Some people never make it past that stage, man.
yeah, right. I mean, you know that better than anybody, dude. I mean, you know that very well. And I don't know whether you want to get into that. You're going to get into that when you talk about this album here.
This is the point, yeah.
But,
before we shine.
yeah. So, all right, Jake. Black here on the Black Earth and Below the Water and the title track. Man, dude, just
His writing, his lyrical writing, like we were saying with words of silence, he is just has a way of capturing lyrically just so much emotion.
Or Empire of Loneliness, man. I mean,
Yep.
come on, man. Like this is I fancy myself a pretty good lyric writer, but I don't touch any of this shit, not even close.
And to add to Jake's point too, this is like words where he's really going through this shit. There are people who just write. They're in gothic bands and other kinds of shit, and they're just natural sad boys. They just know how to write this. But you're really going through this shit. That's real as fuck, man.
Yeah, I mean, like for example, Peter Steele always had wit in his lyrics, like almost like piss takes, right? But let's look at something like "Everyone I Love Is Dead." It's funny, but
it's a New Yorker in him too.
It's the New Yorker, exactly. It's the smart ass in him. But like if you all wrote a song, "Everyone I Love Is Dead," you'd be like, nothing funny about that, man. Not at all. You know what I mean?
No.
Go ahead, Jake. Sorry.
And yet,
I'll be right back.
the last track, Never Left.
Well, I'll wait till Rick goes up.
Exceptional closer to the album. This one gives me the feeling, it sounds like, and reading along with the lyrics, it's like closing your heart to avoid feeling the pain of loss again.
Yes.
That's the feeling I captured from this.
Agreed. Completely.
The other note on this track is it just has more great string work on it.
Oh,
The string work on this album is exceptional.
It's exceptional, and it carries on to the next album too, quite a bit.
You know,
but probably not as good as this album.
the reason why this album is just so powerful, like listening to it through knowing what he's gone through and listening to it through a lens of, you know, empathy, just fucking feeling those lyrics and what just a 1% of what he
went through
felt in his life. You're like, holy fuck, this is heavy.
Yeah.
This album crushes.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and Rick can speak to this a lot better than both you and I.
Yeah.
I mean, you lost your dad. Very tough, very difficult, right?
Yeah.
But it's a little bit different losing a parent. You lost your dad fairly young, though. He was like my age or a little bit older than me.
Yeah.
Well,
devastating,
in a very devastating way, which is, dude.
What, to a devastating disease, exactly, which
Yeah.
is unfortunately what I'm facing, but something very similar. But yet, I mean, that's one thing, because you know, as a kid in your 30s or 40s, your parents typically are going to precede you in death. You expect it to be in their 70s or 80s or even their late 60s. You don't expect it to be in their mid 50s or late 50s. But I do think if there's levels to this, losing a partner, a wife, a husband, a child, even.
I think you know, if we're doing levels, child is
number one. Right.
But you know, that I don't think we need to, you know,
Right.
rank grief.
No, and I'm not trying to do it that way, and I don't want you to take it that way, because I'm not ranking your pain. What I'm getting at is, though, that when you find that partner that you love, that you lay down your life for, that's a special loss. So Rick, unfortunately, that's you, man. So
I would say, everybody, if you want to understand what Leo is like, watch those videos, Streets of Eternity, whatever. You're gonna be like, I get it. This was somebody, without even knowing her personally, you're gonna be like, this was somebody. I can understand why she was so special to him. You know, it just as a person. The noise was coming from Jeff.
I didn't even notice the noise was there until you said. I'm like, shit.
Yeah.
There was no
is it the fan?
Probably.
I think it is, yeah.
Too. Let me see if is that better.
A little. Yeah.
I think it's the AC unit, to be honest with you, because I have that on. I don't typically always have it on. It's so fucking muggy out today, but
I think all 7 people watching probably are used to it by now.
yeah, they probably are.
It's the regulars.
Yeah, you know, let's be honest here. You get what you're fucking paying for, which is nothing. So like it.
This is premium content, man.
Right. It is. I think it's premium content that only 8 people are bothering to fucking tune in for, which kind of pisses me off. But I feel a little bit like, you know, that guy we kind of sometimes make fun of, Rick. You know what I'm talking about? The guy that is always bitching and whining. I kind of feel a little bit like him, but I'm not going to go there. So, all right, go ahead, Rick.
Oh, I forgot how to turn. Yeah, when the shadow is forced into the light. That's a hell of a title. Listen to this; it'll start to make sense. I'm a dork like that. I got the shrink wrap on, so Jake did the hard part.
Is yours not open?
The door's no, it's open. I got the.
Okay.
I don't know. It's
I got you.
too lazy and stupid to get this shrink wrap.
I do that sometimes too. I get it.
It's just a dork like that. I didn't get the clear one though, like Jake did. Just regular old black. But you know what? The black fits very well for this.
Yeah, it sure does.
What it is.
Yeah.
I almost feel like this should have been like gold foil. That would have been cool. Maybe they'll release an edition.
Maybe.
That would be cool.
It would work. You said this is your favorite cover?
Yeah.
I definitely love it too. It might be my favorite as well. I like the next one a lot too.
It's some people may find it a little cartoonish. I mean, I can see that argument too. You know, but I like it.
See that?
You know, I'm a comic book guy, so you know, it works for me. This cover, you know, with the waters here and everything, and like from a production standpoint, there's more of that large cymbal sound, which gives it that crashing waves feeling. There's a lot more atmosphere, and throughout the song lists, I get a feeling of the album kind of going back and forth, which I think is sort of kind of symbolic of the anguish and wave of emotions that this kind of puts you through. Which is quite a ride, you know. And I think that this being set in sort of this nighttime kind of scene really kind of hits that point home. Man, talk about some of the saddest albums ever to be put out in metal. Like, holy fuck. When this came out, like, I already knew about Trees of Eternity and what was going on and all that. You know, I don't know when people come in the timeline and, you know, when this stuff comes out, but I got it, and I was still in the middle of going through my own thing. You know, I was still in the thick of it. You know, so it's like, man, it's a kind of foretelling. But this album, you know, with the new members, I think with the additional vocals offering that assistance, and I don't think it's a hindrance to Miko's staying. I think it really does expand to his sound. You know, when it comes to that, you guys talked about Pete Steele, and he does have these sort of typo-isms.
Oh yeah,
to the moment, not as deep as, I mean, Pete Steele was like a 7-foot tall dude.
yeah.
It just came out from his, you know, naturally, yeah, being somebody of that size. You know,
I didn't. Which, by the way, Rick, just to interrupt real quick, Pete Steele was actually 6'8", and I just heard this recently in an interview with Kenny Hickey. Well, no, he was almost 7 foot when he died because his pituitary gland had some weird thing started happening with his pituitary gland in the last year of his life, or the final 6 months of his life, and he grew fucking 2 inches as a 48-year-old man because he had a pituitary issue, which is bizarre.
Most people say you stop growing around your early 20s, like completely.
Right.
Like, I think I stopped growing around 14, but that's another conversation.
I think you're right.
Other organs may have expanded.
I actually grew until I was about 18. I beat you by a year or two, but not much.
Yeah, everything you guys said. I mean, this is probably up there, and as far as if you're gonna rank this thing, you know, I mean, this will definitely be way up there.
We're gonna rank them, so.
You know what I mean, I didn't, but I'm gonna have to do that on the spot, I guess.
You're gonna have to do it while we're talking, then, bud.
You know.
I always do.
You're a regular type. That's the thing, you know. It's just.
Well, just.
But anywho,
in the moment thing, anyway.
This is the beginnings where you get a feel they're more of an orchestral kind of band, and I think this album, it's from and going forward. You just look at their live sets. You know what I mean? Like you already know. Like these guys are a complete sound, complete band, and it starts to make sense here with the production. This is more atmospheric. But if you look at the credits, there's more of the violins and the cellos, you know, being put in there with the credits. Yes. It's like plop, 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 and you know it begins here with the sound. So there's just more. I guess there's additions to this, you know, with the band members, the vocals, you know, and you know, and then with the instrumentation. I wish I knew if that was actually Leah in that voice. Like you brought up something there, Jake, that now it just kept me curious. Like I wonder if it really is her.
Yeah, that one didn't. Usually I'm listening to details like that, and I missed that. It didn't dawn on me.
I do want to say, like, the opening track, right, which is the title track, right, Child of Force Into the Light.
Yeah.
It's a quintessential example of the disparity, which works out perfectly, because remember the part when he's screaming when a shadow is forced into the light? There's a sort of anguish in his voice.
Oh yeah.
But the music underneath it is quite bright, which represents the light, but his vocals is the shadow, and this is sort of fighting contrast.
Yeah, good.
Kind of, you know, going back and forth. It's like this sort of battle, you know, and which just kind of tells you what kind of shell he's been, and he's going through this grieving period, right? And which can last quite a few years. You know, by then the Halatar album's out, you know, and you know he's still trying to find this resolve, you know, with this. You know, it's everybody goes through it in their own kind of way, you know, and opening up with that track really kind of exemplifies, you know, what he was going through and kind of what to prepare for the rest of the album. It's a hell of a way to kind of just symbolize, you know, what the theme is here. I mean, just look at this. You know, you're clued in. yeah, moving on, Crimson Crown. It's another good song, beautiful melodic lead work, especially around the 5 minute, almost 6 minute mark. Uh, if we still back to the long songs, 7, 8 minutes, 6 minutes, the shortest song. I think it's the one that Aaliyah helped write, "Cloud on Your Side." Firelights, Firelights. Okay,
Oh, the pop song. It's The Shining. It's a shining moment.
it is, and I'm glad you said that because that opening ring, right? It's like it reminds me of Dream Warriors.
Really?
At the very beginning, the very opening, like,
I didn't hear that.
dun, 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 that real echoing, brooding sound. It makes sense. It's part of Nightmare on Elm Street, right?
I'll have to check it out. Let me re-listen.
Compare it. It doesn't sound exactly the same. It just has that vibe. I agree with you guys. Upon the Water, going back to that Pete Steelism, upon the water, right? It kind of goes into that, Earworm, very good. Actually, it might even be more Sisters of Mercy, a vibe to it when it gets into that part. Very good songwriting. I love the lyrics on it. That's a battle between Upon the Water and Stone Wings is one of my favorite tracks. They kind of compete.
Yeah.
Far my favorite tracks. Those are my favorite moments on this album. But fuck, man, yeah, Stone Wings is another one. Very, very good chorus. I think it's got a really good position being in the middle of the album. It adds to the intensity. Love the echoing kind of ring melody during the break. Yeah, I think I talked about Cloud on Your Side, everything you said. Here on Black Earth. Here on Black Earth, man, like, when Mika goes in that skated black metal vocal, it's probably one of the most intense I've ever heard him. As far as performance, be. It kind of reminds me of back to the earlier albums. You know what I mean? Like, which a lot of those moments that I kind of missed. But you kind of get feels of it on this album here. But it still relies on a lot of atmosphere and drawn out vocals. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of that going on this album. A lot of that ringing stuff, which we get a lot more of. Saw the Sun. This is not a band that's trying to be a riffy kind of band. There's a lot more atmosphere and ringing, like I said, as far as being a prominent part of their sound. And then I wanted to say Never Left for last because of this last track, of course. But here's the thing. Everything you said, it's a motherfucker of a song. It's a tearjerker. Like the part where he says "without you," like it's so fucking real, man. Like you feel that. You feel that.
Oh yeah.
And I'm gonna say something that I don't think anybody's ever mentioned regarding if you were to describe the ending of this song. Structurally, the ending of that song and the way to end the album, to close the album, in a way he repeats those lyrics. It's this way of saying "never left" is "you'll always be with me."
Yep.
It's his way of saying that, and the way it kind of just rings out, and the way he repeats it, it reminds me of there's a song by Alice in Chains, "Shaming You." If you listen to that song, "Shaming You," which was on the last one Lane was on, and the way it ends, I think I actually pulled it.
Shaming you?
Shaming you.
Oh,
Yeah.
shame in you.
Shame in you. Yeah.
You said shaming. Okay.
Shame in you.
On the Tripod album.
Yes.
I can't remember that one. That's weird.
And the way it ends, it's structurally very similar. You go throw out, blow up, hold in, show fine, no signs, grow blind. Because Lane was going through that anguish too. With his
dying.
Thing. Yeah, that sense of grief. And I had that same vibe. I get that same vibe from that song, from Never Left. Listen to that. Listen to "Shame in You," the very last part of that, and then listen to "Never Left," the last part of that. You're gonna get that same kind of feel structurally, how they decide to go out with that song. And so when I hear that, it just hits me right here. You know what Lane was going through. That shit was, that shit was very heartfelt. And you listen to what he's going through. Now, the way, where they were getting the grief from was different, but the pain was still there. The
Yeah,
pain,
right.
And he passed not too long after that. So yeah, Lane.
Yeah, about a year.
And it's just like that's a motherfucker of a way to go on a song like this. It's just to end that album. That's why it's my favorite song.
Really?
Because of of how it goes out and why it goes out the way it did. You know what I mean? It doesn't need to be this eloquently put, sophisticated. It's just sometimes the simplest words speaks the most. You never left, and it's the way he says, "You'll always be with me."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's intense. Rick, were you talking about this part?
Yeah, docking.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, it's like that ringing, right? Yeah, docking. Yeah.
It's those notes, but he's playing he's tuned down on this string, so I'd have to. It probably is tuned
Just that
down.
atmosphere, the ringing. You just
That ringing. I get what you're saying. It's got that '80s sort of echoey, watchy sort of thing. And you're right. It down.
I know it's lame to make that comparison.
down,
I just
down.
feel these vibes.
I see what you're saying. Down, 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 down. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
kind of similar. That I'd have to remember. What that. I used to know how to play that song, and now I can't. I'd have to remember. But anyway,
You if you're watching, I'm sure he'll find that funny.
he might like docking.
The lyric I want to highlight on that last song is, please light, don't let me win. When I walk into night without you, please light, hide deep within, where the shadows can't reach you.
Oh, yeah.
That to me is just that, shutting what little bit of light and hope you have left out from the rest of the world. Like, just keep it inside me. I don't want to, open this up and share it with others.
Yeah.
It's just to lose it again.
Yeah.
With the losses that he's experienced. I'm not getting emotional. That was just a little bit in my throat.
A little verklempt.
I did get emotional earlier in the stream. I don't know if you guys noticed, but yeah, that lyric is that whole song is so powerful.
Yeah, I mean this is another monumental album that the more I listen to it, and it's probably the album of all these second half albums I listen to the most, without question.
This is not Unfolding My Laundry kind of album,
Nah, this is very deep introspective stuff. This is painful stuff. Some of Miko's best clean singing is on this album and the next one coming up. The only thing I would say I differ from any of the things that you guys said is I think that I would have gone with When a Shadow is Forced into Light as the final song. I get why you think Never Left is the way to go because of the way that it ends. And I get the symbolism from a lyrical standpoint. I get it. But I think that When a Shadow at the end is, man, it's just so emotionally hard hitting that, and the waves, da, 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 ba, 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 ba. And I mean, there's a lot of huge strings on this song that are just fucking fantastic. I say super cinematic, and that's what it is. This track is super cinematic, man. Beautiful, lovely acoustic guitars all over the track, mostly clean vocals. Some gorgeous strings on this one. It's again, I said it sounds like there's female vocals, but I'm not sure. One of Yua's most killer compositions ever. Should have been the last song on the album. That's all I say on that. But I see why he opened it too, because he had two bookends. Like he typically loves to bookend these albums with mega bangers at the beginning and mega bangers at the end. And I can't argue with the way this went down. Crimson, devastatingly beautiful. Haunted, wow, what a What an amazing song. I think I recall, the more I got to thinking about it, I never did, till I bought it a couple months ago, I had never heard Moonflowers. And of course, Shining, I didn't hear until late last year when I got the promo and then got the opportunity to. And I kind of forgot about these guys, but the more I think about it, this album, and I know why I stayed very far away from this album. January of, well, not January, but the summer of 2019, I was going through what now turns out to be the very early and most intense sort of decline in my health prior to actually knowing something wasn't right back in 2013. And I had a lot of little weird things happen in 2013 that now looking back, it's like, oh, fuck, that was, yeah, there we go. That's the first symptoms. But it didn't really fucking hit me like that until 2019 when I went off of this medication that was, quite frankly, I think the whole reason why I'm sick. I think it did catastrophic damage to me over the 17 years prior that I was on it. I was addicted to it. I have no problem saying it, and I went off of it. I first tried in the summer, actually in March, so a couple months after this came out, and I was just so fucking dope sick. I couldn't listen to music at all for probably the better part of a year. I could not put music on, not this type of music at all. It was too painful physically to listen to. It was devastating. But I didn't really start going through the worst part of my withdrawal until the later part of the summer. And I remember trying to listen to this album. I was not emotionally or physically prepared to listen to this album. I just couldn't do it. And so that leads me to the point of, if you're in an incredibly vulnerable state of mind or a vulnerable state of being, this is not an album to start Swallow the Sun with. Just don't go near it, not till later. Because I tried, and I remember just being fucking broken, like just being like, no, that if I listen to that album, it's gonna kill me. Like, it'll kill me.
If you're not an emotional being and you listen to something like this, you're probably going to think, and with no context to what's going on, like, these guys are a little dramatic.
Yeah, exactly. Great way to put it. Yeah. If you're not an empathetic or emotional person, if you're kind of just that right brain guy or whatever it is, left brain is arty, right? And empathetic, I believe, and right brain is more scientific. If you're one of those dudes that just doesn't, or girls, that doesn't feel emotion, you don't want to start here if you've got anything going on, man, because it'll fuck you up. It will fuck you up. That said, this album, in many ways, was Juha's beginning catharsis. It was the beginning of him letting go as much as he could. And I don't think he's ever going to let go. He's not. I would never want him to. But it was the beginning for him to go, okay, I got to make a choice. Either I bury myself in her death, I bury myself, literally bury myself, or I try to, I've got some gifts I can share with the world, and I've got to try to come out of this as best I can. He chose the latter, and this was the first product of it. And man, I remembered when I got into Crimson Crown, like, okay, I remember this song. And I remember going, I couldn't do this back then. And I'm not going to lie to you, man. This was hard for me. This album is so fucking heavy, so beautifully heavy. But it's hard knowing what I'm facing probably way too soon. Because you guys don't know, man. You just don't know. You have no idea what I'm going through right now from a health perspective. Rick does kind of know, but he doesn't even know how things have careened out of control the last 5 weeks. Like, I'm all right. Anyway,
No,
well, I'm not
going through a disease. I can't comment.
I'm glad I'm not drinking because I wouldn't be able to keep going. But Crimson, what a devastatingly beautiful song, man. It is just devastating. It's so intense. I can feel every note of it, every emotion, that every bit of emotion that it took Miko to sing these lyrics and Yuha to write this song. Firelight's probably the poppiest, the up moment. It's kind of the most song that I kind of can point to and go, oh, that sounds a little bit like what we're going to get on Shining a little bit there, slightly.
I can see why that would be a favorite for some people.
Yeah, and this was the one I believe they did the first single, I believe, right? I believe it was. Maybe the only single, I don't know. But it's got the MTV thing, and it's got that clean, deep vocal that Jake alluded to that is kind of almost quasi Peter Steele-ish at times. He does some fucking killer black metal screams on this song, man. Just that, just I can't do it because it hurts my throat so bad. I don't know how people do that. Upon the Water, fucking fuck, just so good. And it's a pretty simple track. Like musically, it's fairly open and airy and dreamy, right? It's just like you almost feel like you are on the water. You're floating kind of endlessly.
How he sings it so slowly, right?
Yeah, he does that. Upon the water, song of the birds still echoes silent. Oh, tide is gone forever. And he does that last forever. Like you said, just fucking hangs. And you're like, it sends shivers down your spine.
You contrast that with the bury me.
Oh, dude, man. When he's doing the screaming, you're just like, what the fuck, man? Like, only one other moment do I think is better coming up on the next album, because it literally makes me go, oh, when I hear it. It just goes through me. And you'll probably know exactly what I'm talking about in a minute here. Yeah, this track is just fucking so good. It's sick. It's just sick, man. Monolithic track right here. Stone Wings, super big chorus. Oh, this is the one I actually hear Melancholia. I hear it in this song. It's the first glimpses. You definitely hear
it. This is something I wanted to bring up. I wasn't sure to bring it up here or with the last album, but we were talking about how this is not the album to start with, but at the same time, this is the album where I would say their sound starts to becomes more accessible.
Yes, agree. In a weird way, it doesn't make sense given the lyrical content of the album and the intensity of what it followed, like coming off a Lumina Aria, which is just hell, literally, like orally. But you're right, this is when they start to become like, you're like, I guess if you really wanted to be a jerk about it, like, I could see J-Dog going, it's fucking emo shit, man. Where's this shit?
I hate using the term, like accessible, but I don't know what else to call it.
You're right, though. You're right.
This becomes more accessible.
Yes, more accessible. I think like I said, this kind of points the way to Shining a little bit, but it's got killer production versus, which we're going to talk about soon here. That transition at 4:45 is a little odd, where they bring in the female vocal of Johnny, is it, or something? There is one person that's noted. Johnny, I think her name is, or Joni. Maybe that's the Janu guy. That might be that's a little odd. But once she starts to sing and she sings the clean and Miko screams the part over it.
Because that the guy I was talking about, his vocals sound a little
feminine.
They're ambiguous whether it's a guy or
that is who it is. That's who it is. Yeah, it's him. It's ambiguous. Great word to put it. But like when he does the the part where he does the and when you speak with silence, and I carve each word you sing. But when he goes into the screaming part, and the clean part is underneath it, and they're kind of overlapping. You're like, dude, it's just the perfect marriage of fucking epicness.
That's what the dual vocals really like work.
Yeah.
You know,
Big time, big time. Clouds on Your Side, like the opening, but Miko sounds a little weak on that song. Clean wise, that's his weakest performance on the album. The growls are epic though. The ending is super cool. With again the female, I say the female singing in French, but we don't know exactly who it is. Is it Aaliyah? I guess it's Aaliyah, right?
It's
We're not sure.
it's up
we're
in
not sure. She's credited as a songwriter.
And then here's, I have trouble differentiating between Here on the Black Earth and Upon the Water as my favorite track on this album, because Here on the Black Earth, I love that organ. It weirdly sounds like Pink Floyd. At the very beginning of this song, it sounds like a Pink Floyd song almost, like a dark metal Pink Floyd track.
a lot more atmosphere in the song. Maybe that's why too.
Probably. But man, like I said, it's Pink Floyd meets Death Doom. This one and you know, Upon the Water and Crimson Crowd, total standouts. You know, you're the island in the sea of time. I'm the ghost ship in the night. And it's just, oh God, it's fucking so killer, man. I mean, just again, I go back to Yuha becoming already a stellar fucking composition writer, musical composition writer. This song right here is just next level shit, I think. And then the last song, Never Left, super heavy about Aaliyah and Yuha's fight and the deal and his fight to deal with the pain of her loss. Lyrics are intense for this one. I think I dig the lyrics better on this song than I like the music overall, to be honest with you, because the lyrics are just that.
That's what did it for me, man.
They're just gut wrenching, man. They're gut wrenching. I say right here, I found myself feeling very sad for what Juha must have felt and what he likely still feels, an ocean of loss and grief. And so there you go. I didn't own this till a few months ago. Once I finally gave it a chance, it kind of blew my mind. This was an album. He was exercising all of his pain from losing his partner. And it's such a gorgeously written album and heartbreakingly beautiful. 9.5 out of 10. So, all right, let's move on to.
Moving on to from an album like this too. 2019 when this dropped, I was still in my maggot stop stuff. You know, like I wasn't quite ready for, you know, this burden of just like emotion and everything being thrown at me. So I can see why some people might delay, you know, listening to the next one even more, which we'll get into.
All right, so next one up, Moonflowers, which comes out November 2021. So this is basically a lockdown album. November 19th, 2021 on Century Media. Producer again is yeah, it's cool chick. We'll let Rick's, that was Rick, sorry. I think I might go first on this if you don't mind. This one comes out, oh, what the fuck? I'm sorry. Yuha does the production on it, and man, this is another fucking banger of an album. And this is the one album I did not have any other than Blackbird, which somehow I missed. This one I didn't have a lot of like, I didn't know what to expect. So when I put it on, and it starts out with that kind of descending. That chord progression thing there, which is a very common, you know, progression. I mean, that's a fucking Island of Domination, I believe, by Priest. Yeah, and then, you know, it's just, dude, the best scream Miko has ever let out, ever, is on Moonflowers Bloom in Misery, man. When that beginning, that and I don't know it, I'm just playing something close to it. I'd have to look it up because he's in a different tuning. Um, he lets out that it's that sort of lilting, almost balladesque sort of thing that goes on, and then the strings kick in, and you just hear Miko go, yeah! He just does that scream. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, every time it happened, I was caught off guard by it, and it made my, like, it literally made me, like, cringe, like, in a good way. Like, whoa, like, it just got my nervous system, like, bam. Like, that scream is so fucking incredible. It's unreal. Blood curdling. The strings, they're unholy, man. They're so incredibly intense and epic. Again, cinematic. The melody, while familiar, that clean chorusy echo descending arpeggio, super familiar, probably used in a million other songs. Just a killer, heartbreaking doom ballad. The orchestrations on this song, over the fucking top, untouchable. I've said this already 4 or 5 times. One of Yuha's most stellar compositions, and the band crushing on this one. Enemy is kind of goes to what you were saying, Jake, of the more accessible.
Yeah.
A little bit of them at this point, but it's pretty fucking epic, man. Super catchy, very earwormish, but still very heavy. It sort of leans into the more recent album of Shining a little bit, slightly, but the verses are killer and heavy as hell. The chorus is a little lightweight for the verse for me. That's the only. I'm trying to remember how it goes. And I've got all the other songs in my head. I'll listen to it and come back to it. My only complaint is the interlude section could have been slightly shorter. Kind of goes on a little bit long, and it's kind of odd that if you think about it, this song and Moonflowers kind of have the same melodic structure of the vocals in the melody line of the vocals, but in the Enemy, let's see, let me look at it here. What did I write here? It's kind of odd they put this track right after Moonflowers, as it has virtually the same vocal melody, i.e., in Moonflowers the verse is the chorus of Enemy. If you go back and listen to it, it's the same cadence and the same notes. It's like they flip-flopped them for Enemy. Enemy, da 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 da, and that's kind of what he does for the Moonflowers verse. So, Woven into Sorrow, fairly cool track. Miko sounds better on his cleans on this album in general. His range sounds a bit more expanded, heavy but yet ethereal, and the really heavy part of Woven into Sorrow, about 6 minutes in, I wish they'd expanded that and let him lean into more of the heavier stuff. But here's the kicker. Do you know what this song is pretty much a ripoff of? It's a ripoff, almost exactly, of Silent Lucidity. Go listen to it. It's Silent Lucidity. I'm telling you right now. It's there, which makes sense because we all do it. I used to know how to play that. I can't remember how to play it. Then we get Keep Your Heart Safe from Me. Killer track. Wish they had leaned into Miko's harsh vocals on this one a little bit more, but I dig the instrumental break and the acoustic guitars. That really cool solo and then the chorus does show Miko's expanded his range quite a bit. Very solid track from a composition standpoint. This thing's a monster as far as the layers that are going on. There's a lot of synth layering and guitar layering and vocal layering. Then we get to All Hallows Grief, which is probably my favorite song on the album, man. It's a play on All Hallows Eve by Type O Negative. All Hallows Eve. That's a Type O Negative song. And, Yuha loves to do that with he's going to do it on the next album with a track too. But it's definitely an homage to Type O. Cammie Beverly, man. Wow. I mean, I knew she was great from Oceans of Slumber, and I wish I hadn't gotten sick last year with COVID and gotten to interview her, but Dauber and I talk every now and again on Instagram, which is kind of cool. So, and I've hung out with Dauber, super dude. Rick and I hung out with Dauber. Remember that? Dauber Beverly.
Oh, Beverly.
You and me and Baca at the Necrofire show. We were hanging out with Dauber, the drummer. Back after
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
his wife is Cammie Beverly and he and his wife are in Oceans of Slumber.
That's the Texan connection.
Yeah, Texan guy. Yeah, super cool guy, man. Beverly has a very vulnerable, very gothic and haunted sound, uh, but forlorn, but yet uplifting at the same time. Because I know, I can't. I don't know all the words. I didn't stick them down here, but man, her voice is absolutely wonderful in this song. When it gets I love the chorus on this, and the synth riff that's on this is awesome, man. It just drags you in. I'm sure Jake will say more about it. And when it gets a little heavier, it's incredible. Just it's. I don't know if this one beats out Moonflowers for me, but they're 1 and 1A. Doesn't matter. And then we get to the Void, which is huge chorus on this one, man. The chorus is absolutely magical on this. And again, this is another favorite here. And the wow, 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 that synth line on this one, wow, 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 reminds me so much of Gary Newman, which, if you guys know me, I'm a massive Gary Newman fanatic. And in fact, I kind of went stupid. Bought a bunch of Gary Newman, I'll show you in a minute here today, that I didn't own. New stuff that just came out.
We know that's your pleasure principle.
It is my pleasure principle. That's right. And I'm trying to remember. The Void. I'm trying to remember the chorus though. Does anybody remember it off the top of their head? I have the lyrics here, so hang on. Fuck. I'll come back to it. And let's see, what else do we have? The Fight of Your Life. Mostly acoustic, gorgeous lilting ballad. So sad but uplifting. Love the strings on this one. Has a driving, floating, almost Pink Floydish vibe again in the first 3 minutes. And then we get into the heavily orchestrated and heavier death growl section. Man, just so emotionally powerful, this song. Another monster song from a compositional standpoint for Yuha. The dude's a masterful songwriter. And
just so people know which album you're at.
yeah, and actually that's a painting that Yuha did, and he used his own blood for the moon. I don't know if you guys knew that.
There's a video where they're putting together the album. They're pasting the flower petals on. I forgot what song.
No, but that moon, the red moon part that's his blood that he painted. So he's still alive, so it wasn't a lot of blood, just enough to for the effect. But I put Yuha up there with Ackerfeld, Isan, Vikitanik, Garm, those guys, man. He's a magical songwriter, and this album shows it, and that song in particular. But then we get to The House Has No Home. Man, the final 3 minutes of this song are like no other. And what's really crazy about The Fight of Your Life is it kind of drifts in on this lilting ballady sort of thing, and then it just goes fucking super heavy. You get the heavy death growls. Man, I'm sorry. Wait. No. I'm wrong. Hold on. I was looking at the wrong thing. It opens with those odd plucked strings, like the doop, 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 on like a cello or a violin or whatever. And it's really soothing and kind of calming. And then bam! Probably the most savage black metal song they've done since New Moon, maybe, or something like that. It's just like a super dirge. Then on the choruses, the earworms on the earlier tracks. Then it goes into that killer, gnarly, deep, growling riff that repeats as the orchestra and synths build and swirl. Just a fucking amazing fucking song. Another stellar album by Swallow the Sun. A little more melodically engaging, a little more up-tempo than Shadows, I would think. A little more earwormy overall, I think, but
It is. As they progress, they get more of that direction.
Yeah, full of some of the most complex compositions ever done. Epic. This is a 9.5 out of 10, man. Could even maybe even go higher. I mean, my ranking on for this band was so hard, man, because the
Yeah.
honestly, like everything but the final album, which we're probably all gonna have as last, I think. Probably. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Rick will throw a monkey wrench into it, but I doubt it.
My number one. Am I spoiling for everybody? No.
Yeah, you're spoiling it. So, all right, Rick, you're up for Moonflowers.
All right. First of all, we didn't explain what a moonflower was, like, which kind of might tie into the feel and theme to this. It's a night blooming flower. Um, so can you hear me? It's the sound of it just got quiet all of a sudden. Yeah, there's the fan noise. Okay, so I know it's working. Yeah, moonflower. Follow the sun, night blooming flower, which is very strange for a flower, right? Usually you need sun, right? And they kind of went with this as kind of a, I guess, kind of a metaphor. You know, kind of still coming out of the, because the last one was called shadows, forced from, into the light, and then you're moving on to something like this. I also forgot to mention something. Jeff, did we talk about our sponsor at all?
No, who?
Oh, Moonflower Pies.
Ah,
For no-
Yeah, and they're gonna come after me and sue me now. Thanks.
So I'm about to dive into this 10 milligram THC, and this. Once I'm done with this is gonna look so tasty.
It will. All that sugar.
That is part of the issue. With something like this, maybe that's what you want. You want to feel a little good after being so down, with something like this. But anywho, also, this came out in 21, right? November of 21. And I did not listen to this album until 23.
Wow.
I bought this in 22, but I could not find myself. For those who don't know, so I lost my girl in October of 21. So you could only imagine what my headspace was like.
Oh God, yeah, dude.
It came out about a month after that whole shit went down. So when I heard this dropped, I was just like, after knowing what Shadows Force into the Light was like, I was like, man, if it's gonna be another Shadows Force into the Light, I was not ready for it. I couldn't do it, and put it aside. I was able to get into the Maggot Stomp and shit, like no problem. But Solid Self's a different kind of band, and I knew they were talking about heartstrings, the way they've been doing. So I had to put it aside for a little while.
I don't blame you, dude.
Sure enough, I did, man. Jeff, like you were saying at the time, you were going through some.
Yeah, but I didn't lose a partner. I was going through a health crisis that I didn't think I'd get out of, and ultimately I'm actually not getting out of. But go ahead.
When I'm talking about the album itself, I'll give a little excerpt on something that people need to know from I guess what you call clinical therapy standpoint. That I think Yuha might understand why this stuff seems like it's drawn out, but it's actually quite necessary. But anywho, the album. So this album, just more of the violin orchestral stuff, even pumped even more up. There's still the atmosphere is still there. This kind of goes head to head with me between Shadows and this. They're different in their own ways, but this is a post-pandemic or pandemic album, you would say. So I think between what Yuha was going through and the rest of the band, the world was also sharing into what was going on with this disease, everybody being locked down. I was at home a lot more often, and so when you're at home, you're not out in the world, you're stuck in your own head
World. Yeah.
You're enclosed.
Yep, you're are.
Cage of your house, like a lot of us were, except essential workers, of course, who still had to go out and do what they needed to do. But I'm speaking in general, with what was going on in the world at the time. For those, it doesn't matter, young or old. Young people were still dealing with. I know some people who were supposed to graduate around that time. It was not the way they intended or planned it to be. So it was quite a shit show, you know, what was going on in the world. And then they dropped this thing. And opening up with Moonflowers, Bloom, and Misery, you know, and right away, just like, misery. I'm like, oh, man,
Intense.
you know, it's just another one. It doesn't begin with big, brooding, thick, heavy riffs. It just gets right into the emotional center. Again, not surprising when you consider what Shadows, Forces, and Light was, right? Enemy, I think you guys are right with that one. It's definitely a more accessible song. You know, the enemy inside of me, right? It's very accessible, and but I can see why people would like it. You know, it's understanding for what it is and where the songwriting direction was going. Interesting video. It's a very stylistic video. If you have a chance to watch it, definitely has that really melancholic, almost emo. I don't like to use that word often, you know, for what it is. Woven into sorrow. Another one brings a heaviness, real big fucking riff, but still has that orchestral kind of underpinnings. I should say, very big, large sound, which is where the production of Swallow the Sun it's been more and more going. The sound's been getting larger, grander, and again, more earwormy, you know, with their stuff. But still keeping a hold right here. You know, I feel like this is a more of an overall motive with the world. We're past the Aaliyah stuff in general, and there's other shit going on, and people have a reason, you know, to not feel very good and why they needed to kind of just I don't know, just pill bug the way and curl up. You know, this is why I couldn't do it that year because I knew what I was getting into. You know, the general feel for the album, you know, Keep Your Heart Safe From Me, like you said, All Hallows Grieve, all fucking tug at you. All Hallows Grieve, it's one of those holy shit, but it's beautiful, very fucking beautiful. Cammy, chef's kiss, you know, great vocal performance.
Amazing.
The Void, with the Void,
Oh, that's right.
I feel like, especially with those open moments, atmospheric moments, it's where the bass really shines. I think Jake brought up the bass earlier, and you know, it's just we didn't talk enough about the tone, the performance of the sound of the bass on this. The Void is one of those songs where you listen to it, you really want to punch up that bass. It sounds really good, silky and smooth, and just fucking really punches up the song. It's my favorite part. It's my favorite moments in this song. Yeah, Fight for Your Life. It's one of the lighter songs on the album. Still quite atmospheric, motive. Around the 3-minute mark, there's this lush melodic guitar that kind of kicks in. It's dark, beautiful. And to end it with the 8th track, House No Home. It can be the thing about Swallow Sun is it can be taxing. A lot of people don't have what you call a full cup for emotive shit, and if your cup for emotive shit is very small, you're gonna get kind of taxed very early on this. If you can make it to the 8th track on this, it's a lot to kind of take in. So I can understand why people may not be able to get through this in one sitting. Really dooming, longing guitar melody. It kind of reminds me of My Dying Bride. You know, we didn't bring up that band too much.
Yeah.
But it has a very My Dying Bride kind of moment, especially towards the end there.
Yep.
Why I love the ending. Again, we all love My Dying Bride.
And I'm going to go on the record here, and this might. I saw some video of Miko fronting My Dying Bride. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. I'm sad to say it just doesn't work. There's something about Aaron, his gravitas, his vocal inflection that
I'm
more.
also just so used to it. They've been doing it forever.
But it's not even that, dude. It's just like the songs just don't work. They you can find some of the stuff out there recently. I watched some last night. I felt bad even saying this. It doesn't work for me. Maybe other people would be all right, but the problem is they don't have any other alternative. I mean, Aaron's doing some weird trip, and Aaron's running a band that's kind of like a really mediocre Paradise Lost thing that is not that good. That High Parasite, have you heard it? It's not that great. I don't think it's that great. Yeah, I was disappointed. I thought Miko might be able to pull it off, but just the way, here's a classic example of why Miko works for Swallow the Sun, but I don't know that he would work as a clean vocalist for any other type of situation, because if you go watch some of that Mind Dying Bride live stuff, it seems what's the word? It seems what's that word when something is like halting and not whose word?
Jarring?
No, not jarring, but more like when something just doesn't go together, and you're like, oh, that's not. What's the word? When you hear or see something, you're like, whoa, that, I don't know. Like for example, and this is gonna sound terrible, but let's say you'd see like, man. I'm trying to think of
Like
it's
Dolly Parton fronting Megadeth?
Yeah, well, that would be pretty jarring. It'd be like if you'd see.
I would pay to see that.
It'd be like if you saw. It'd be like if you saw Giselle Bundchen, like being my girlfriend. It'd be like, nah, that just doesn't work, man. That's just not the.
It'd be contradicting, yeah.
Contradicting, yeah. They just don't. It didn't seem to work, man. I was kind of bummed. I thought, oh, this is great. They'll be able to carry on the legacy.
That's a bummer to hear. I mean, they. Again, we're so used to hearing Aaron. It's been with that was his main band, and well, Miko's been in other bands too, like and then that Kalema Lasco band.
Yeah, but that's a different thing. I'm talking about the cleans, man. They just don't work for My Dying Bride. I didn't hear it, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't.
Maybe it's just that you're used to Aaron.
Well, I think that's obvious, but it just seemed very. What's the word? I'll find the word.
I like this shot because like we were talking about these band members, and like here's a perfect gatefold just showing what they actually look like. It's pretty cool.
I'll find that video.
It's a nice drawing, or I don't know what it is.
Let's see if I can find it.
It's like you look at Yuha, look at his facial expression. It's like that tells you all you need to know right there. Holy fuck. This artist captured it pretty well.
Yeah, here's what I said. Man, I love Swallow the Sun a huge amount, but it kind of rough watching. It feels stilted and awkward. It feels awkward watching Miko sing the songs. Just awkward. It doesn't seem like it fits. And he doesn't sound like he fits. It's very weird. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, and maybe it's just that festival. Maybe he'll grow into the role if it continues. But he sounds great on Octoploid. He sings on a lot of that Octoploid album. He sounds great. But I don't know. It's weird. So Jake, you done, Rick, or no?
Let me just get into one thing.
Sure.
If you want to.
Well, no, we're at 12:22, and I wanted to try to wrap by 12:30. So if we do a hang afterwards, we might run a few minutes over. But we have one more album to kind of touch on quick.
All right. Yeah, if you want to do it like that, yeah, we'll do that.
We can yak about. Was it relative to Moonflowers or more relative to what you went through?
Kind of what Yuha was going through. Try to explain. But whatever, you can do it after. However you want to do it.
Yeah, we were moving along, and then I don't know. We might have gotten sort of hung up on. I think we got hung up on Shadow pretty deep, and that one. We're still doing great. Don't get me wrong. We're doing all these albums in about 7 hours. So, but I want to give Jake a fair shake on Moonflowers, and then we'll.
Yeah, I won't go too long on this one.
Can't hold on, man. Go ahead and start. I'll blow you up as I. There we go. Ooh, look at you. Oh, okay. See, I won't talk too long about this. I'll just pull out the Nezzy.
I'll just pull out the Nessie press. Yeah, there's that.
You fucking front runner, you.
What's
the variant look like? Has it got blood red in it?
I don't think Nessie ever does straight black, right? It's always some kind of swirl or something.
It's a black vinyl with red and white splatter, it looks like, based on the sticker.
Ooh, that's pretty.
It's kind of flowery.
Yeah. You know, similar experience to Jeff with Shadows and having some reluctance on getting into this one for me. This one came out November 2021, and I listened to it a couple times right when it came out and really enjoyed it. And then December, right before Christmas, is when I was told about my dad's terminal diagnosis. And so this was something that I had no interest in revisiting. Anything, you know, Swallow the Sun, I kind of shelved the band.
For sure.
Had no interest in diving into it. So this album I wasn't as familiar with as previous ones, but it's a fantastic album. It's really, really good. I don't know if you guys picked up on this, thought this, but as well as I don't know if it coincides to the accessibility of their newer stuff, but I noticed a bit of a post-metal influence on the previous album and maybe The Shining as well. But yeah,
agree.
This one's got
very indirect, not direct.
No, it's not. I wouldn't call it a post-metal album in the least, but there's definitely an influence post-metal into it. This album's got the continued presence of the strings like the last album. Lots of hooky choruses to this one. Pretty heavy on clean vocals, but the harsh stuff is still at the top of the game.
Oh yeah, sure.
Going into the tracks, Moonflower's Bloom and Misery, fantastic track. Those blood curdling screams, just some of Miko's best harsh black metal screams. Enemy, it's heavy, but it's got that catchy chorus. Great, very more accessible track. Woven into Sorrow, it's got that killer mellow, softer build-up to just that explosive, heavy ending. I love that part. Keep Your Heart Safe From Me, another great track. It's got some really good guitar soloing throughout it. Not like, I say this every time I mention soloing, not wanky soloing, but fitting to the
solo that fits the song.
Yeah. All Hallows Grieve, we've mentioned it. Tammy Beverly
crushes it.
I put it as a duet.
It is mostly, yeah.
It's kind of got a ballady feel to it, but it's like not a ballad. It's more emotionally crushing than you think of when you think of a ballad.
But it gets heavy though, man.
Yeah, and there's like a twang to the guitar tone.
Yeah,
there's twanginess, which is really cool.
Yep.
The Void, great chorus, great atmosphere in that track. The Fight of Your Life, it's a lighter track, but it's emotionally powerful. This whole album, with some of the stuff I'm going through currently, is very hitting to me. Like it hits me.
I just want to real quick, Jake, the Void song. I couldn't think of the tune, so I gave it a quick listen, and immediately 2 notes in, I'm like, oh, that's right. Save me from myself again. And it's got that epically huge chorus sound, which many could say, oh, it sounds poppy. Yeah, it kind of is, but it accessible or poppy, however you want to say it. But you almost can't forget it, except for I did forget it. So if you get my point. But the minute I heard like two notes, I'm like, oh yeah, I know, I remember it now. So I was trying to cram a lot of song structures and notes and things into my head. I think I did a pretty good job, but yeah, when there's a lot of denseness to this material. So go ahead. Sorry.
This house not has no home. Great. It's right there with All Hallows Grieve as possibly my favorite song on the album.
Yeah.
Fantastic song. Lyrically, another masterpiece.
Dude, in that final 3 minutes of This House Has No Home, the final 3 minutes is just like the most epic fucking shit ever. It's so epic, man.
Lyrically, I curse that I feel. I feel that I cursed all that I love here.
Oh
I
God,
buried here first all that I love.
man.
I failed to see inside these crosses I loved. I held on my side. I kept on my side. And I need to go where I don't have to fight inside. I failed to feel, to see, to believe, to breathe, to heal. Be the eyes that could see. Hold your light. There's sky for each one to see. But I still bleed this fire, the ward inside. So powerful.
In a weird way, it's almost like he's talking about suicide, the S word there. Like you could almost intimate it like he's like.
But there's that slight tinge of hope there.
Yeah, exactly.
Like to pull you back.
Yeah.
That hold your light.
He's been through a lot, man. He's been through a lot.
Hold your light. There's sky for each one to see.
Yep, that's the hope.
But I still bleed this fire, the war inside. Like you're still feeling everything, but there is that light to see.
Yeah, you're trying to see there's a way out.
Like
even
that inch of hope there for you. Like there's that light.
Another fucking stellar album, and
great close.
And then we get to the final album, Shining, which came out October. Where is it? October? Hang on, fuck. Oh shit! Did I not put the? I didn't put the date up here. I think it came out October 18th, 2024, on Century Media, right? Century Media.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. This was produced by someone other than Juha. It was produced by a guy named Dan Lancaster. And I want to be clear, this is still a really good album. It really is a good album. The problem is it's overproduced in a glossy sleep token way, man. And I don't mean that in a good way.
The diamonds in the hands are kind of a dead giveaway.
I get it, but I don't even mind the visual aesthetic of it. I think it's kind of cool, although I don't think it's not.
There is a black background version of this, though.
Is there?
It's just the deluxe.
Oh.
It's got live stuff in it, whatever. I forgot to mention before we move on, Moonflowers has a deluxe version too, which has classical versions of all the tracks.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Who, by the way, that was Yuho, the other guitar player. That's all his doing. Apparently, he had a lot to do with the strings on all these albums. Apparently, his entrance at the prior album, Shadow, has been huge with the orchestration stuff. That's not all Juha. So, he goes to this, and this guy's claim to fame, I believe, is I Prevail, maybe, and also Muse.
Yep.
Which Muse is okay. I'm not a huge
Bring Me the Horizon.
Who was it? Bring Me the Horizon. There you go. All of these kind of, dare I say, emo, big production metal, MTV sounding bands. Well, there is no MTV, so never mind that. But
Blink 182 is another band he produced.
Blink 182. There we go.
Inner Shikari, which falls in that landscape, but is
don't know anything about it.
It's a really good band.
Okay, I don't know them, but All right. Well, who wants to go first here? Rick, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, sure. Um, oh,
Yeah.
man. Oh,
I'll be
like
right
you
back.
said, I'm gonna preface it with, it's not a bad album. As a matter of fact, take away the word "Swallow the Sun" and you just gotta blind buy this at a store, right? And you're like, this is a good, accessible. You're not gonna think this band has some very big origins of death and doom, and they have a funeral doom moment. You're not gonna get that. Again, we're removing the logo. You're gonna jump right in and start with this album. As a matter of fact, if you're not a complete total utter metalhead, I actually would not have a hard time saying jump right to this. If you're looking to kind of lightly tread your foot into something, into this kind of style, and kind of work your way in, because a lot of us have, right? Like a lot of us didn't jump into brutal death metal right off the bat, or funeral doom. We kind of worked our way in. Uh, Although we feel like here they're kind of working backwards, right? Like they're moving to this more poppier direction. I mean, even the videos, like us, like you watch Melancholia, like it doesn't look like a metal video. The only thing that's a giveaway is you see Miko sitting there with holding all the Swallow the Sun albums, pulling them out on the vinyl. A lot of them are really hard to come by now. You rarely ever see artists do that with their own records in the video. Which is interesting. But they were specifically sought out to. It didn't just. It's not like Dan Aykroyd knocked on the doors. Like, hey, let's try a little something like Jehovah's Witness, and introduce you to this great element. It's just like, no, they wanted to do something different. I think they're out of this sort of Aliyah and everything phase, and and what was going on with the world, and this is post-pandemic. The first one they put out, post-pandemic release, and they were looking for something that still sounds like Swallow the Sun, expand their audience, and so I can't fault them at all for making this decision. I mean? Like, I get it. I completely get it why they went this direction, and I already sensed it. It's just 2021, and here we are, jump what 3-4 years later, and the bigger question for me now is this where they're gonna go? Is this like a one-time deal, and they're gonna go back to, what I mean? Because I don't know where the pendulum is gonna swing with this.
I don't know. I think it's gonna. I hate to say it. But I think it's gonna remain to be seen as to how successful this one was. Like, if it sold a shit ton of albums, it may sadly kind of drag them further in that direction. There's a lot of. Hang on. There's a lot of people. I'm gonna shoot my wad a little bit on this, because if you think about it, other bands have done this. Paradise Lost, Anathema. Anathema.
Lost came back though. That's what I was hoping.
They did. Anathema went in a completely. They came out with fucking Fragile Dream, or not Fragile Dreams, Alternative 4, and everybody's like, "Whoa, what the hell?" And I think Alternative 4 might be their best album ever. So, I don't know. It's hard to know.
When Opeth went that completely prog, what I mean?
Or you say, or Opeth went really prog, exactly, and that's not done them any. Catatonia went with Discouraged Ones. The shift. Where you get something like My Dying Bride went with 34.7788. They went back, because that was not a good.
That was not intended to be their new sound. It was just kind of experimental, one time kind of a deal, at the time for them.
Yeah, I think one of my takeaways from your interview with Yuha, Jeff, was that this isn't like them selling out. This is them writing the music that is coming from inside, like this. So it's hard to say whether this is going to be their sound going forward, but I think if it is, it's out of authenticity and not out of like chasing the buck.
Yeah, because I brought up the point that this is by far the most uplifting sounding Swallow the Sun album, and it is. It's a lot more buoyant and light and uplifting. And
I would not expect a lot of moonflowers or shadows. They're not in that space. They're not in that headspace.
I don't think Yuha's there anymore. I think he finally has let that go for the most part. But I will say this: I still think at the core of most of these songs, it still sounds like Swallow the Sun.
Right.
It's not like they suddenly went and became Opeth, or they suddenly went and became Muse, or became.
Yeah.
It's not like that. That's not what's going on here.
That's a point I'll hit on when I talk about it.
Yeah. So go ahead, Rick. Sorry.
Oh, it's everything you said. Again, it's the videos are fun to watch. It goes very well. You know, like Innocence Was Long Forgotten. It's a goddamn earworm. You know, you listen to that.
There are 4 of them on here, man.
It's catchy. You know, it's again. I'll probably recommend to somebody like my nephew or somebody who's like not ready for Morning Never Came. You know, but they can wean in with something like Innocence Was Long Forgotten. What I've Become, Melancholia, another one. That one's
Melancholia. Melancholia. You can't unhear it once you heard it.
God,
Yeah.
it's like, and the way this spell is all stylized, like, well, the type is too small.
Yeah, that's a little cheesy. I gotta admit that part's cheesy.
Under the Moon and Sun, and they have the moment, but they do have their, the dark, cold. It's one of those songs, which is, it's cool. I love
Charcoal Sky, heavy as fuck.
Those are the two that are more. I like that. Yeah, obviously, November Dust.
November Dust is another take on October Rust. Yeah.
I'll leave that to go over. I'm sure. Velvet Chains. But it leaves me with the bigger question, which I'm more curious about. It's something I'm going to jump into and keep it up. It's not been on my constant rotation.
No, but I didn't hate it when I stuck it on.
I don't hate it. I don't think it's but I respect a band that does what they want to do, and what they like, and it resonates with what the energy of the entire band's like. If the whole band's feeling this, and the whole band, because we see bands go to fallouts because of creative differences, you know what I mean? And there's no, I have not heard of any sort of infighting or anything like that. I feel like they're all on board and they're all gun ho about this, so more power to them. This is what they like to do, and there's some element of fan service, sure, but at the same time, longtime followers of this band should not be that surprised,
No, and I'm okay with them giving something slightly different a try. I mean, because let's be honest, they do have a very distinctive, consistent sound prior to this, and this still sounds like them, but I think I'd like to see them bring the production back under their own roof again. That might be the big difference, because I don't know if these – I think that my biggest problem with this album, and it's really the only problem, is the vocals now are these big, giant –
everything is large. Yep.
gloss. It's glossy. Everything's shiny and glossy, and that is something you would do to get radio play. And there are a couple radio songs on here.
I don't see them staying there, though. I think, the brand of the band, it's still wanting to return to a dark, and sound. I'm thinking about Morning Never Came. When they started out, they knew what kind of band they wanted to be. But, of course, they're going to evolve. They're going to progress, mature in their sound, as we've seen. We've gotten orchestral and large. But I think at some point, they're going to want to, they're going to get that itch, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's going to happen. I just don't know if it's going to be the next album or one after that one. I'm holding out, but I'm supportive of the band regardless. I respect what they do.
Yeah.
And so.
Yep. All right, Jake, got some final thoughts on this one, then we'll rank them.
Shining. I'll start here. I still got the promo sticker. I put it on my outer sleeves every time when I can. This is where I take issue. It's the last 4 words here of the little promo sticker. Shining symbolizes the band's pride and resilience, showcasing their brightest. No issues yet. And strongest work to date. That's where I take issue.
Well, yeah, that's a marketing thing there from Century Media, dude.
Oh yeah. It's 100%.
That's Century Media trying to shift a lot of units right there is what it
100% the label, but I'm like, strongest. they've got a pretty great catalog here.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, every band member I've ever talked to, almost every time when they do a fucking album and then they talk about it, they always talk about it as it's their best. And then 4 years later, when they go, well, we might have made a little bit of a mistake, and that kind of thing.
You know, I feel like it's authentic with this band. Like referencing the interview, they write what's in it. Yuha writes what's pertinent and inside of him at the time. So I think this is an authentic, and I think you asked him something along the lines of what's your favorite album that you've written today, and it's like he said something along of like that's like choosing your favorite child.
Favorite kid, yeah.
How do you do that? I love them all. They're all a piece of me at the time.
But you know what? As a father of 2 kids, and you guys only have Jake, you have 2 kids too. That's right. But you do have a favorite kid from time to time based on how they're
acting at the moment.
How they're acting in the moment, how they're treating you. So there's a little bit of validity to
yeah, but in a completely neutral moment.
Right.
Can't pick your favorite.
What you want to hit the tracks fast?
I wanted to highlight the band photos, which is a great showcase of, the sound of the album. Like you see that compared to their other band photos, and you're like, okay.
Yeah, it looks a little heavenly, doesn't it?
That's a good one.
But the tracks real quick. Innocence was long forgotten. The first thing I notice on this, and it comes down to the production, the drum tone, the production on the drum.
Yeah.
So it's like flat.
Yes.
Drums just sound flat. I'm like, oh, this song, and honestly, the first side of this album with their usual production would still sound exactly like Swallow the Sun. Maybe chorus wise and everything, it's a little more accessible. They're a little more hooky and whatnot, but yeah, the production on this is just what detracts from this album. Those first 5 songs, Innocence was long forgotten, What I Have Become, great tracks, great. You can still feel that spirit of Swallow the Sun throughout that first side. Melancholy, Earworm. We've all said it.
Yeah, it's hard to hate it. It's just it's saccharine, but it's great,
Yeah. Under the Moon and Sun. So last Sunday after we did the first episode of this, I had this in my headphones as I was cooking dinner for the family. And my son he was like making fun of me because I stopped what I was doing. I was doing air piano in the kitchen, and he's like, he was making fun of me, like, what the hell are you doing? I'm like, no, you got to hear this. The piano on that, like that piano kind of solo.
Yep.
That's killer.
It is.
I just stopped what I was doing. I was just sitting in the kitchen.
Like his dad doing Elton John again.
All those synthy swells, swells. Yep.
He's like, why are you up on your tippy toes? I'm like, I don't know.
I'm playing Rick Wakeman, dude. Just chill out.
Just chill. And then I took out the headphones. I'm like, you gotta listen to this. And they all just went about the business. And I'm like, fuck you guys. And then Cold. That track is heavy. If you put that production on, that old production on, like that track would be savage.
That song sounds a lot like Psychopath's Lair off of the third album, right?
Is that on Hope?
No, that's on Hope. Right, yeah, it's Hope.
Yeah.
Yep.
November Dust, Typo, Worship right there. And this is where the album kind of loses me, is from Velvet Chains, Tonight.
Yeah, Velvet Chains, Tonight.
Dark,
yeah.
Shining.
I like Charcoal a lot. You don't like Charcoal?
Charcoal's good.
That's the heavy one, dude.
I like all of these tracks, but this is where they kind of lose.
Yeah, Shining, they get way up their own ass. They get to up their ass on that
They
one.
kind of lose the Swallow the Sun vibe to me. They kind of become Swallow the Sun trying to be Catatonia on that.
Dude,
that
you
cast.
just nailed it. That is the fear I have is that they. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, that's pretty much my notes. Is like, though, like I love the first half. Even November Dust for what it is, typo worship song is killer. And then after that, it's like, okay, I can take or leave these tracks. I don't know how much I'm going to revisit that.
Yeah. Here's the thing. The first thing you notice is the big production, almost pristineness of it. And I say this right here. It says, this song really sounds like a more recent Catatonia track, big time, for Innocence Long Forgotten. It's a solid song, huge sounding vocally. And I recall when I got the promo, I was kind of shocked at how emo pop it sounded. It's got a catchy chorus, mostly clean vocals. The problem I have with this album overall is it scares me it's going to be a recent Catatonia album. And I did like Sky Void of Stars, but it didn't stick with me for long. And the last 4 Catatonia albums, I have just...
They're better at the earwormy thing. Catatonia, I feel like it doesn't have enough of that.
Well, not on this latest album. They don't at all.
This album.
Yeah, I mean, Catatonia is one of my favorite bands, obviously. But I'd say everything from Night, I'd even throw in Dead End Kings a little bit. I know a lot of people will bristle at that, but that album sounds very monochromatic to me and sounds like everything they've done. Everything after Night is the New Day, I just have not been that into. I bought it. I bought them all except for...
Well, that Fall of Hearts has some moments, but that's what it is. It's just the Fall of Hearts album has those moments.
Yeah, Sirach's good. Sirach's a great track.
I would say that Swallow the Sun does a better job at creating the
catchiness,
the melodies, the
yeah, I agree.
the sing-along moments.
But real quick, What Have I Become? That starts with one of the heavier riffs on the album, reminiscent of 10 Silver Bullets. Miko sounding savage here. Then it goes into a drifting pre-chorus, spooky pre-chorus. And then we get to that huge synthy sounding layered clean vocal that I'm not nuts about on the chorus. It's all right. It's saccharine sounding. Melancholy. I love it and I hate it at the same time. I love it because I can't forget it. And it's a great pop song. And again, it sounds like it could have been on any of the recent Catatonia albums in a weird way. But maybe a little bit better. The chorus just kind of pisses me off because it won't leave my head, right? Melancholia, melancholia. And it's not a terrible song. It's just kind of wimpy sounding. All right. Anyway, I'm just Sun and Moon. A lot of people like that song. I think it's okay. I don't love it. The other 3 had earworms in them. This one doesn't. Although he does do the gargled, snarled, blackened style vocal on this one, which is cool. Cold is great. Great psychopath lair. The chorus is, again, a little bit weenie-ish for me at times, but the rest of the song is very, very cool.
Yeah, that's the one that grabbed me right away on the first listen. Was Cold.
Is it? Okay. I like this one, though.
That's my favorite one. Yeah, I forgot to mention that.
And this one actually has a weird sort of prog rock vibe to it, weirdly. This one has the most prog rock vibe to it, other than the last song, which doesn't work for me at all. November's Dust is very typo homage, could be off of October Rust. You can almost hear like Wolf Moon or Everyone I Love Is Dead or Green Man in this. Has a great Kenny Hickey pick. Those great, it's not going to sound the same on an acoustic like it will on an electric, but you get those great Kenny Hickey pick slides, which is a thing that Kenny always did. Great song. Love that song. Velvet Change, dude. Ooh, man, you lost me big time on this song. Very emo, massively overproduced. It sounds like Alcest, only not really good like Alcest always sounds in the same vein. I mean, Alcest, you could almost level the same, thing at them that they're saccharine sweet. They are, but somehow Alcest always pulls it the fuck off, like in a way that is like so beautiful. I can't go, oh, this is weenie-ish. That song, Velvet Chains, I do not like. Tonight, solid, but just kind of there. Doesn't move me very much. I do like Charcoal. It's probably the heaviest and gnarliest track on the album. The bridges and the choruses are slightly lightweight, but the rest of it's killer. And then Shining, man, lots of ethereal chords, or I'm sorry, keys, spaciness, kind of a staccato riff. I don't know, man. That one's just
That's one where I was disappointed by that being the ending song, which is
and it's too long.
it's the title track too. You think it'd be like, you're readying up for something that's going to be like, oh, okay,
Nail it all shut. Yeah, it's not a great song.
It's not memorable.
Not at all. Not at all. Exactly. Not even a tiny little bit. If they'd ended on Melancholy, even though it's a wimpy pop song, I'd be like, all right, they've ended on a banger because I can't forget it. But they're, yeah. Real quick here, this isn't a bad album, but it's a shift that hasn't, in my opinion, helped the music a lot. It's some solid stuff on here, but that high glossy sleep token sort of sound to it just doesn't work for me. I'll leave you with this from a Rate Your Music poster that nailed what I was feeling. Shining feels like a guide on how to become a generic band in just a few steps. Do you hear what I just said there? How to become a generic band in just a few steps. I don't agree with him entirely, but I kind of think the first step was taken with this album, and I hope it was not a continuation, because considering such a sudden change might seem surprising for a group with a legacy of some pivotal releases and a career dedicated to exploring deeply melancholic and somber soundscapes. But it's also true that many of the most iconic bands in death, doom, and goth eventually changed their sound, although typically this occurred in the first half of their careers rather than the latter. Some returned to their roots while others continued down new artistic paths. Just consider the impact that albums like Alternative 4, Host, 34.788%, Host being Paradise Lost, and everyone. I like that album. A lot of people shit all over that album. Discouraged Ones had upon release. Shining feels like a guide on how to become a generic band in just a few steps, considering that these changes. Oh wait, I'm repeating what I said there. So that's kind of the basic. I
wonder, like, this is one of those fly on the wall things. Like, if Central Media was like knocking on their door and be like, "Look, this is a band called Ghost. And look at how earwormy
the
crowd is going." Like,
I don't hate Ghost. I don't know, but I don't like them either. I don't listen to them. So
here's an interesting thought, though. I don't know that it'll hold true on this album, but he, in that review, he's mentioning the albums where bands have changed their sound, and a few of those are looked back upon pretty fondly.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah.
So where
are we? Where are we?
I don't know that this one will.
It is not going to be an album I look back on fondly. That is no disrespect to you, Miko, the rest of the guys in the band. I think I gushed effusively about how much this band means to me, how much I love this band. I think all three of us are in that category. This is by far their least exciting release to me. It's a 6 out of 10 if I had to go there, just because.
Well,
6.5. It's 6.5.
With that, should we get into our?
Let's do our rankings so we can get out of here, and then if anybody wants to come on the post stream, we'll do that. All right, so we'll start with our last one. Should we just all say at the same time? Shining.
Do we want to go one by one by our rankings, or?
But are we right about the last one? We're all on Shining as last.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I've got some more there, but.
All right, so we'll go number 9. Go ahead, Shining, for me.
Are we going one at a time?
Yeah. Go ahead, Jake. I'm going to leave us all.
Yeah, my number 9, Shining. I'll just go there.
All right, Rick.
I thought we had 10. Are we counting Plagues as the EP?
Yeah, I'm counting Plague, but
I didn't count Plagues.
There's 9. Oh, I did.
How did you get 9?
What am I missing then?
I mean.
Oh, fuck. Wait a minute. There is 10. I'm sorry.
I'm not including the Lustmore,
Fuck. I missed.
I didn't do that one.
I missed. Yeah, I missed one. Go ahead.
So, yeah, I didn't count plagues.
I did, but that's okay. It's 35 minutes long. It's kind of like a short album, right?
Yeah, I put it in there. Okay, so Shining, right? We all
have that as number 9 or 10. Right?
okay.
All right. Rick, why don't you go on the next one then?
Yeah. So next one is one I don't go into that often. Ghost of Loss. Still fucking great album, but it's I don't know.
All right, well, I'll go next because I'm Ghost of Lost too, weirdly. And I love Giants, and I love that Psychopath Lair is on there. I love Ghost of Lost. I'm sorry. I love. Fuck. Shit. Pull the track list. God damn it, man. Now I'm fucking all confused. Sorry. Yeah, I got it. I love The Giant. I love Psychopath's Lair. And I do like Gloom, Beauty, and Despair. Those are
That's one of my favorite tracks too. Yeah.
I'm not crazy about the rest of it. I don't feel it's on the same level as these other albums overall. So I'm going with Ghost as number 9. Jake's like, what the fuck's wrong with you guys?
No, it seems we're at consensus here.
Wow.
Ghost of Loss.
Holy.
Point I wanted to make though is Ghost of Loss is a lot closer to Shining in the rankings than it is to the album above it. Like that, like to shine some light on Shining it's not as bad as we've, possibly made it out to be.
We have.
I just created my own, ranking system because I don't like doing numerical scores or calling an album perfect.
Yeah.
So my ranking goes from masterpiece to at the top to dog shit at the bottom.
Right.
And I put both of these albums as very good albums.
Solid, very solid album.
Very, very good albums. Shining and Ghost of Lost I rated as very good.
Yep, absolutely.
Ghost of Lost just a little bit above.
A little bit above it. I agree. Exactly. I mean, the killer tracks on here, like I just mentioned.
The Giant, Psychopath Lair. I really like. It's the first half of this album that I really like. Second half, not so hot.
Agree. The ship kind of was not the best way to end it, I think. And there's the track above Beauty.
It gets a little long-winded.
It gets too long-winded, exactly. Too many long songs are just not good enough. So, all right. So, Jake, we're gonna go with number
7. Jeff, get your pitchfork ready. Number 7 is Emerald Forest.
No, I can see why. It's up quite a bit higher than for me because it just really blew me away. But I can see why. Rick, number whatever your next.
I'm with Jake. Emerald for me too, simply because of the album it followed up, which is
hard to follow.
A big reason.
Yeah. I'm quite a bit higher with Emerald than you guys, which is weird because it's the one album I had zero knowledge about. I didn't even know. I thought it was the album I thought it was the Trees of Eternity album, and that's why I never checked it out for some odd reason. Not that I just never got there. Anyways, that's a long-winded thing. So I'm gonna go with this is so fucking difficult. I'm going with Plague of Ghosts next as the long EP. Great EP. Huh? Plague of Ghosts. Sorry. Plague of Ghosts is actually a Fish album. Plague of Butterflies. Great fucking album, man. It really is. It's awesome, but it's just a step below all this stuff here. Rick, we got.
Plague would be probably after Emerald. It's just not the most original sounding. It's just it feels like very much an in between thing from we were coming from Host to New Moon. So it's it's a cool like something to put in for half an hour, 40 minutes, however span that is. But it doesn't feel like it's reinventing anything that they were already doing.
Yeah.
All right, Jake.
Do you guys each want to go one more, and then we're on the same?
Yeah, all right, we can do that. Yeah. Shit, I am fucking.
So I think you guys are number 7 now.
Oh, there. Okay, that's why. Now I see why. I'm like, why is this?
Yeah, it's number 7. Yeah.
All right. So, yeah. So let me do this. Hold on. I. Fuck. Give me one moment here, because I got the numbers mixed up. So I got 4. Just give me one more sec here. For anybody waiting to get on the stream after this, you're gonna have to wait about 5 more minutes. All right. So I did Plague last, right? Yeah. So, man, this hurts.
Yeah, this is where it gets painful.
I guess I'm a little peer pressure here. I think I'm gonna make a last second change. I think I'm gonna go with Emerald here.
Well,
I had it higher, but my listening over the last day and a half of Moonflowers and Shadow, it's forcing my hand. Get the pun there, Rick? I did a Rick there. Did you see that? It forced my hand. I'm gonna go with with Blackbird because I'm not as familiar, but man, I fucking loved it when I heard it. So yeah, we'll go with that. So all right, Jake, you.
Rick's got one.
Rick's got one more.
We on 6.
7, number 7.
Oh, my 7 was Plague, which we already. Yeah, the Shining, Ghost Lost, Emerald, and then I said Plague.
Okay.
Oh, I don't think you said Emerald.
Yeah,
I did for 8. Yeah.
he did.
For 8.
Hold on. Give me
So
one.
9 was 10 was Shining.
Oh no, I have it backwards. As Plague and then Emerald. Okay. So we're on.
Okay, so Emerald.
I'm looking at it. Okay. Out of
Yeah,
order.
Emerald is number 7.
There's 10, but you only did 9, right, Jake?
Yeah, because
Okay.
I didn't include the EP.
All right, and I went.
I did say Emerald. I remember now because of the album that it followed.
You did, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Jake, we're up to
Okay, so we're even. We're all on number 6.
yeah 6. Yep.
Okay.
Number 6 for me is Moonflowers.
Yep. Rick, number 6.
Another one. I think it's because you probably know where my leadings are, where I'm going to go, but because Plague was in between, and then why I went with Host for number 6. Excellent fucking album, but for what they were doing on Host, I felt like they
Wait, Host.
Hope?
Host, yeah.
Host is Paradise Lost, homie.
Are you talking about Hope?
Hope.
Hope. Okay.
I think the THC started. Hope, yes. Hope.
Rick with the faux pas there.
I'm gonna be hitting that moon pie pretty soon too, man. Let's see. Yeah, Hope. Again, I to me, it's a proto to an album I like a lot more, and I like the workings on it, but which will make more sense.
Okay. All right. So, are we at 6 for me then, finally, or no?
Yeah, number
All
6.
I'm going Moonflowers. I really want that to be higher, but I got to go with Moonflowers because the rest of the albums just are fucking mind blowing. And I want to throw this out there that if I could make Despair my number 1 album, it would have been my number 1 album. But I can't because we can't separate it out of the trio. So just
I was wondering about that.
Yeah.
just put that out there. All right. So
Okay.
Jake, number 5.
Number 5. Number 5 through 7. All of these albums I rated as excellent albums. But this is the one where it gets complicated. Songs from the North. Disc 1 and Disc 3, I would have probably put as, especially Disc 3.
Oh.
Those ones are masterpieces, but Disc 2 is probably, if I rated it as an individual album, it would be my last place below Shining.
Lay it down. Yeah.
So that's the one that weighs this one down, but it's still right there at number 5.
Oh, I think disc 2 for me would be up higher than Shining. I'm going to be honest with you. But
Well, yeah.
all right, Rick, what do you got for number 5?
Number 5. I still consider it one of the greatest debuts of the early 2000s when it comes to Death Doom. Morning Never Came. Great fucking Death Doom album. I love how, compared to where they are, where they progress, it's how primal sounding it is.
Yep.
It's kind of weird to say. But when I want that itch, I know it's always there. But I know their potential already after that. That's why I put it. It's a great album, but it's right in the middle for me.
All right, number 5 for me, songs as a whole package. Simply because I do think Beauty has some moments that I don't love, particularly Miko's clean singing on it. I'm not as crazy about his later stuff, and he doesn't do as much of it in the early part. Gloom is awesome. There's a track or two I could do without. That's the lengthy one, I believe. And track we've already talked about, album 3, Despair, is just fucking monolithic. Love it. So there we go. Number 4, Rick.
All right. Songs from the North. I think the Despair. It's the one that's holding the highest spot for me on that disc. Just kind of overall. The Gloom. It's not as good as the previous two. When you come to that with the conventional releases. The middle one is take it or leave it. I'm fine with it. There's some good songs on it, but it's not something that I'm gonna. If it wasn't included, I'd be like, why wasn't this ever included in any Swallow song? Like, I'm not gonna miss it in that kind of way. But I'm glad it's part of the package. And then they went that direction. But yeah, I think the Funeral Doom was probably the best thing out of that for me.
Jake?
Number 4 is Hope for me. This is the territory where we get into masterpieces. I love this one.
Man, if only for track 3. Track 3? No. Fuck.
Track 3 is Justice to Suffering.
Track 4.
Don't Fall Asleep. Oh, man. That track.
No, wait. No, what's the song after that? God damn it.
Too Cold for Tears.
Yeah, dude, that song. And I love Don't Fall Asleep. Yeah.
We're in masterpiece territory.
Oh, yeah,
every song on here is fucking
every song is fucking
so good.
Number 4 for me, which is maybe the surprise, kind of, because this album has just gotten into my fabric of being, man, and that is The Shadows Forced into Light. Man, Jesus fuck, man. I will go watch what I said about it, because I'll just keep going and going. Yeah, just a stunning album. So number 3, Jake.
Number 3 is Shadow, When a Shadow is Forced into Light. Another masterpiece. Fucking love it.
I just couldn't put it over my top 3. I bet we're all gonna have the same number 1. I think we are. I think we're gonna have the same number 1.
Well,
Same last one and the same.
I don't know. I pushed Shining here twice.
You're gonna be a dick, Rick. You're gonna be a dick, Richard.
All right. Who's up?
Number 3, Rick.
Moonflowers.
Okay.
It was a complex one for me.
Yeah.
It came out, but again, I didn't listen to it to 23. I kind of let it sit. But it's in the top 3. Like come on.
Yeah.
I could have put it there too. The problem I have with this is, honestly, all my top 6 could be my top 1. They could. And I went Moonflowers, Songs, Shadow, and then my next 3. So any one of them could have been, more or less, could have been number 1. So for me, number 3, Morning Never Came. It was in 2 for quite a while.
Well, we know what you'd be willing to pay for it.
Now I know the rest of your rankings.
Huh?
I said, now I know the rest of your rankings.
Yeah, you do. I'm sure you do. Because I think I told you about my number 1. I think I said it.
I think we all can kind of deduce what the rest of the rankings look like. But
Yeah. But yeah,
my number.
okay, man. I mean, first of all, real quick, before we move on to number 2,
Ooh,
you know when they say don't wear the shirt to the concert of the band you're talking about, or
or
the
deep
band you're
dive.
deep diving, I had to fucking wear this. It's killer, man. It's perfect.
Yep.
Perfect shirt. Super happy with it. And the only one that's legit, because the other ones I dug around on, they're shitty fucking Chinese repros and garbage fucking. This is a real. It's a real silk screen, not or screen print. It's not garbage. So, I said it was $5 more on Amazon, dude, it's actually not, because the shipping was in. It's $25, $30 for this. Like, do it. Like, they have your size.
Nice.
All right, number 2, Rick.
Oh, let's all say it at the same time. Shadows.
Shadows. Okay.
Uh,
Wow, number 2. All right, like it.
that's my number 2. It just I did not come into the band with this album, which I think it's the thing that weighted down the most. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was still going through some things when the album came out, so it impacted me, but in a whole different kind of way. But I can definitely understand from an emotive center that album contextually. I was already a Trees of Eternity fan when that came out, but at that time. But the change in sound and how expansive it started getting, I think that to me it feels very personal, emotive, connecting with the artists there. Why it's number 2.
You know, it's cool to see the latter albums get, with the exception of the last album, the latter albums getting a lot of love up high on our list. So number 2, Jake.
Morning Never Came.
Not shocking, and can't fault you one tiny
I
bit.
love that album.
Can't fault you one tiny bit.
You know, the distance between number 1 and number 7
is virtually infinitesimal.
Like, it's a smaller distance between number 7 and number 8.
Yeah, agree. All right, number 2 for me. Want to take a guess? Anyone want to guess?
Hope.
It's Hope. It is Hope. Which means we all have the same number 1, correct? We all have New Moon as our number 1. And again, the distance between New Moon and Hope is, you ever hear pardon to any of the ladies that might be watching, but you ever hear the term an RCH, a Red Sea hair? I think you can kind of figure that one out. That's the distance between number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. I mean, it's just hard to go without. So we need to wrap here real quick.
Wait, we're not going to go over our number 1s?
Oh, well, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
It's New Moon.
We just said New Moon.
All right, drum roll. New Moon. It's where I came. I don't know where you guys came in, but that's where I came in with the band.
I came in with with Hope.
I came in technically on songs, but I mentioned it in the first episode.
I first heard of them when Hope came out. Never checked that out.
And Jake, you've seen them twice, 3 times?
3 times.
I've seen them twice.
Once on the Songs from the North tour. Second time was on the Shadow tour, and the third time was on the Shining tour.
Yeah, I've always seen them once.
The first 2 times they were only playing as support, so they were unfortunately shorter sets.
Yeah.
And then third time was on the Shining, and they were the headliner. But
you got a lot of Shining. You got like half a set of Shining, which kind of blows.
They like throwing diamonds to the crowd. No, I heard rumors.
Real quick, we could just mention this, which again, we're not going to get into it deep. We'll just mention it. The Halatar is Tommy Utzon, the drummer from him, and Yuha. I just got it in 2 days ago. So real quick, 1 minute synopsis.
I haven't listened to that
Rick?
in years. So
I haven't checked if you'll have to do the production on this, but it has that Swallow the Sun kind of production. Like, it's got the big, expansive. It's very atmospheric doom. If you like your atmospheric doom with the amorphous, harsh vocals, because I don't think Tommy goes much. He does a lot of harsh vocals going on here, which I think it's kind of gives that sense of anguish and it's very emotive in that kind of way that you would always expect. It's a bereavement album, you know, pretty much, and it's a hell of a bereavement album.
And then we talked about trees. I can't offer any because I got it a couple months ago. I just didn't. I don't know why I didn't listen to it yet. I just wasn't there. I'm gonna listen to it tomorrow and get a feel for it, but I didn't have time with everything. And I think this might be the second press. I believe it's the second press because I got it for a steal. I got it for $30, and I know it's going for way bigger than that on OG press out on Discogs, like 75, 80, 100. Oh, you have the little. What is that?
This is with the Trees album. It says, "Thank you for taking part in honoring the life and music of Alea Starbridge and purchasing this personal edition. Your copy is number 73 of 250. And then it's got Yuha's signature there on the bottom.
Oh wow, that's shit. So
I don't know if it's a real signature. If this is
you got an OG then? Okay, yeah, I didn't.
It looks real.
Yeah,
is, it,
you guys.
is yours on blue? Rick?
Yeah.
I didn't even look. Wait a
Yeah,
minute.
we got the same.
Mine's gold. Let's see. I don't even know now if there's anything inside of it. Or...
But yeah, I wanted to mention
The solo.
That's why.
That one, yeah.
Yeah, that's why mine was cheaper. Mine is the second press. That's why, because mine does not have a card with it. I'm fucking jealous, bastards. Oh well, can't have whatever. Can't have everything.
So that's the last of the. Well, actually, she was still in Swallow. When did it, that's a range of her. I don't know how many years that spans.
Yeah, I don't know. It's got basically compilation of all of her solo stuff, and it's got an acoustic and an electric side. But this is much more. I don't want to call it poppy, but
Yeah, a little bit more. Yeah.
compared to what we've been talking to, it's more poppy, but it's not pop music. But it's great shit.
All right.
Alea solo project.
So there you go, guys. There is the soup to nuts. Yeah, mine's the second press. That's why it was only $30 instead of 80 or 90. So there you go. That's the Swallow the Sun catalog in very deep detail by three, I believe I can say, pretty deep fans of the band.
Tim was asking about getting it to Ruins of Beverast or Swallow.
Oh, very different. Very different.
I was going to say they're not anything.
Not even anything alike, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like Ruins a lot actually, but I can see they're a much more of an acquired taste. I think Swallow would be a lot more palatable, but by the same token, not lightweight or anything like that. So, all right, so we're gonna do a post stream. I gotta piss, get something to drink here. I'll fire it up in about 5 minutes. I don't think I sent you guys the link. So I'll send you guys the link.
Give me a link. I'll
Yeah.
a little bit.
Yeah, and then I do want to say that, do not go into this expecting immediacy when you go into this band, but any one of those top 5 or 6 albums, give it some due time. And by that, I mean, it shouldn't take you more than a spin or 3, and you're going to know whether it's for you or not, but it's absolutely one of my top 10 favorite bands. In fact, Jimmy was thinking about joining us, but he had friends had tickets to the Converge, Dillinger Escape, whatever they're called, Dillinger Escape.
He took a core night.
Yeah, he went to a core night, and
Can't blame him.
he also didn't know if he could have everything listened enough in time. But he told me, he said, after I watched you guys, I started listening, and it's all I've been listening to is Swallow the Sun. I completely forgot just how much I love this band. I think we could all say the same thing, right? It's,
Like, what did I say to you, Jeff? Like something like you'd be hard pressed to find a band that has like a similar catalog of just being consistently great. Like to find a band that's put out this level of greatness for, you know,
Almost 25 years. Next
Yeah.
year, 25 years.
if you
This year,
take away Shining, you know, that's up to you. You know, over the course of 8 albums plus an EP to put out, you know, this level, not a single,
not a dud
even,
amongst
like,
Yeah.
not even a single good album that you just say, hey, this is good. These
No.
are all like, holy shit, this
These are
is real.
exemplary. They're exemplary albums, and I would even go so far as to say I can't really think of a dud track on any of these albums. Even the Shining, I don't think there's like a maybe the last song, The Shining, I don't really like, but I mean, but still, it's like.
But
Again, I want to reiterate what a fucking amazing songwriter Rivio is. The dude is just there ain't a lot of guys out there like him doing what he does. Just
and you know, The Shining would be a great, you know, gateway album into death doom. If you're just coming from like
kind of what I was implying when I was talking about
if
it.
you were new to it, yeah.
If you were new to extreme metal, you're just coming from mainstream metal. What's considered mainstream metal these days, you know, Ghost and all the like. Shining's a great album.
See that comment on the when we're gonna wrap up. Someone's be like, "Look, you straight me from Ghost. Now I'm gonna follow this one fan."
Yeah.
You know, it's just well, you know, they're acceptable, but the more harsher vocals and stuff. But yeah, great band. I feel like, and I'm starting to notice this with some of the comments earlier, like the people who are just new to the band are curious about them but never quite jumped. And it's top notch. I mean, they're doing stuff that I like more now than some of the other bands who you know, like Catatonia or I might put my Dying Bride. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, they're better than my Dying Bride's later stuff, man. I mean, I got the last MDB album. It was okay. I missed the 2 before, but I have every other MDB. It's not the same band. They're not gripping me like they used to. This is a far superior band, and
I will say that Swallow the Sun, easily my favorite band that falls into the death doom umbrella, like far and away.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, stellar fucking band. Miko, if you watch this, I still love you, bro. I love you a lot, man. I think you're one of the best out there. So don't take all the the clean vocal thing. You're not Michael Ockerfeldt, but you're good. You're great. Okay, you're fantastic. So but yeah, man, just absolutely fucking yeah.
Yep.
I don't know, Tim. You're a whole 9 months, 7 months older than me. I really wouldn't call that much older than me. When I talk to all these guys, I'm 5, 6, 10 years older, 15 years older. Jake, how much older am I than you?
You're 59?
Yeah. You didn't turn 40 yet, right?
23?
Yeah.
I'm 30. I'm 36.
Logan's 30, so I'm fucking literally twice his age. Don't worry. It's all going to end soon, so don't worry about it. I won't be older than a lot of you guys soon, sadly. All right, we're going to jump off here. Appreciate you all. Jake and Rick, 2 of my best bros. Thank you so much for doing this. It meant a lot to me. I'm glad we were able to knock it out. We never would have gotten through this in 7 hours if we'd done it all one night. There's no way. I don't know what fucking planet I was on, but
we would have been rushing through those.
Well, we'd have been rushing.
It wouldn't give them a service. Like
it would have been kind of pointless to do it. So I'm glad we ended up doing it that way.
Yeah.
All right. I'm glad I stayed sober tonight. So I'll see you guys 5 minutes ish, somewhere in that range.